large and growing group here and upstairs, and we are live streaming, so there's people all over the world with us, so you're all on TV. Hope that's okay with you. But I'd like to welcome you. My name is Michael Weisberg. I'm the chair of the philosophy department here at Penn, and on behalf of my department, the Center for Philosophy, Ethics, and Public Affairs, and the University of Pennsylvania as a whole, it's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to this conference, Trump, Philosophy, and American Democracy. I want to begin by expressing my thanks to my own department, the School of Arts and Sciences, and the Department of Legal Studies and Business Ethics for making this event possible. We've gathered today to reflect on the philosophical implications of the 45th presidency. 9 of my colleagues from here at Penn, former colleagues, and others from distinguished institutions are here to really begin this discussion, but ultimately this is a discussion that belongs to all of us. It's my hope that this event will be an opening chapter and a catalyst for serious intellectual engagement with this new world order which we seem to have found ourselves in the last few weeks. So before introducing our moderator, who will then in turn introduce our speakers, I wanted to say a few words about the genesis of this conference and the goals of this conference. The idea for the conference originated in the immediate aftermath of the November election. Like many of you, many of my students were absolutely stunned by the outcome of the election and felt that they no longer understood the world they lived in, and they felt powerless to try to make any changes. And around the same time, our first speaker today, David Livingstone Smith, mentioned that there really ought to be a conference sometime in early February where philosophers could reflect on the election, the transition, and the early days of the presidency. So as an educator, my first instinct for dealing with student despair is to teach, and so David's idea really resonated, and it suggested an important opportunity. So seriously addressing what happened in November and in the last 2 weeks, feeling like we the people have the power to reverse some of the shameful things that have already happened, it's going to require genuine understanding of what we face, and this is what philosophical reflection at its best can give us. So I've invited 9 of my colleagues who will guide us in reflecting on the Trump presidency from many different angles. We'll be discussing race, the rule of law, ideology, truth and facts, and the very nature of our democratic institutions. And as I said before, my greatest hope is that this is just the beginning of the discussion. So there's much to learn and understand, and what really matters most is what happens not just here today, but after today. So now what I'd like to do is introduce you to our moderator. It's my great pleasure to introduce you to John Ahrens. John is the producer of WHYY's Radio Times with Marty Moskowayne, a show many of you know. It's a live daily public affairs talk show, and as the producer of an interview program that explores new ideas and trends, I thought John would be the perfect person to moderate this event. Beyond introducing our speakers and keeping time, I've asked him to help us start integrating the themes that emerge here throughout the day. And because there's so many of us and the audience will continue to grow through the day, rather than just calling on questions, we have question cards, and what we'll do is we'll have graduate students collecting the question cards and bringing them to the front, and John will actually select questions for further discussion and try to integrate that as we go through the day, but he'll tell you more about that himself. So once again, let me welcome all of you to Penn. Thank you all for being here, and now it's my great pleasure to introduce John Ahrens.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. Thank you, Professor Weisberg and the Penn Center for Philosophy, Ethics, and Public Affairs for hosting this event. My name is John Ahrens, and I produce Radio Times with Marty Moskowayne on WHYY. So I am an elite member of the mainstream media, and I'm hosting a forum for a bunch of egghead academics. I hope that's okay with everyone here. So how many of you are philosophers, aspiring philosophers, taking classes in philosophy? All right. And how many are political scientists taking classes in poli-sci? All right, we got 2. And anyone here in broadcast journalism? Oh, okay, well, welcome. Yeah, I mean, I guess I've always been interested in the intersection of philosophy and politics. Seems sort of like a circle. I can't really figure out where one ends and the other begins. And especially in this election, you know, past elections have mainly centered around ideas about the appropriate level of government involvement in people's lives, what constitutes a civil right, and even less abstract conversations about tax brackets, school vouchers, and gun ownership. But this time, now we're asking, what is truth? And what is post-truth? We're asking, who are we? Is it okay to punch a Nazi? Is anyone familiar with this argument taking place on the internet? Okay. And I've asked myself a lot, just why and how? So as Professor Weisberg explained, we have comment cards. There's a station back there and question cards for you to write down your comments and questions for the panelists here. And I'd like to first welcome our first speaker. He is Quayshawn Spencer, an assistant professor of philosophy at the University of Pennsylvania. He has 6 published peer-reviewed journal articles on topics in the philosophy of race, all of which have been at the intersection of philosophy, race, and philosophy of biology. So, yeah, you want to come up and... Yeah, why not?
Yes. All right, thank you so much for showing up. Thank you for having me, and hopefully we will learn a lot today and engage in some wonderful dialogue and conversation. So a couple of disclaimers. I'm not going to talk about all of, even most of the ways intersect my areas of expertise, philosophy of science and philosophy of race. That also means you might be a little disappointed because I'm not really going to get into any ethical issues. We have wonderful other speakers that are going to get into ethical issues. So the 2 questions that jumped out at me after Trump was elected I'm going to tackle. Why the first question? Well, many were just shocked. Like Saturday Night Live did a little bit on it and so forth. The polls, so forth, showed Clinton was supposed to. With respect to the second question, of course, Florida was a key swing state again. It's almost always a key swing state. Clinton would have won with Florida. Percent margin. Obama actually won Florida in 2012 and in 2008. Right. So what happened? Can Democrats fix this problem in 2020? So my answers to these questions are going to be related to race thinking and what I call unnatural race thinking. First, major news organizations were misinterpreting professional polls and letting also unnatural race thinking cloud their probability judgments. But also, professional pollsters aren't let off the hook here, because they were also letting unnatural racial thinking affect their sampling judgments. And we're going to get into what that is and how that actually came about. And with respect to Florida, that bled into, I think, some unnatural racial thinking for Florida. I'll get into that towards the end of the talk. So in philosophy of science, we have this distinction called the natural kind. It's sort of a kind that's reliable for making predictions or explanations in knowledge-seeking domains. It's a widely agreed upon concept, although we debate about the conceptions, right? And the domain of interest here is psephology, the statistical study of elections and voting. And what I'm going to argue is that Hispanic or Latino, although I'm going to use Hispanic, the term, is not a natural race in psephology, and thus race thinking that includes Hispanic in this context is unreliable. Right? So to do sort of eye-catching philosophy, you got to say something eye-catching, and then you try to defend it. Right? So first, how did major news organizations so badly predict the outcome of the election? Well, I'm going to pick on New York Times, and after picking on them so much, I'll probably have to subscribe. But they predicted 322 for Clinton, 198 for Trump, using the Upshot's presidential prediction model. I won't go into what that is. It's a statistical model. Of course, what actually happened was Trump got 306 electoral votes. Clinton got 232. We can understand this phenomenon even better by looking at the swing states. They were, according to Politico, different folks had slightly different swing states here, but Florida, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, North Carolina, Virginia, Wisconsin, Colorado, Iowa, Nevada, and New Hampshire were big swing states. The New York Times predicted them with about 55% accuracy. You can do a binomial test to show that this is basically just like flipping a coin 11 times and getting it right about as frequently as you would flip a coin and get heads. So, why did this happen? Among other things, I think major news organizations were simply misinterpreting the scientific polls, but also letting unnatural racial thinking cloud their probability judgments. What do I mean by that? Well, when you dig into how the New York Times got their prediction for Florida, you see that they used 5 polls for the most recent prediction: Opinion Savvy, November 3rd and November 11th, the Quinnipiac, CBS YouGov, UPIC voter poll. All of these polls reported statistical ties, however, except Opinion Savvy 11-3. Yet somehow the New York Times calculated this. How did that happen, right? How did you extract that out of statistical ties? Well, I think how it happened was they dropped the sample error margins. It's an interesting sort of thing that was going on. None of these should have been reported without sample error margins. What else happened? Well, I think they were thinking that somehow Hispanic voters were going to carry Florida in some way, although they recognized that there was a white working class component there, but somehow Hispanic voters would come through, right? But I think that's unnatural race thinking, and I'll defend that a little bit later. All right, how about the professional pollsters? What was going on there? Well, I think there was some unnatural racial thinking in the sampling. So professional pollsters use U.S. Census Bureau data, particularly the racial groups and the ethnicities that's used by the U.S. Census Bureau. I study the U.S. Census Bureau's racial and ethnic classification very intensely, so this is something that I know a fair amount about. And they basically take those and they call them races, they stratify their data, and they try to get representative samples of likely voters based on those strata. So this is an example from the Quinnipiac poll. They took the census category white, black, Hispanic, called Hispanic a race. The others would be American Indian, Pacific Islander, and Asian. And this is fine. There's nothing problematic so far, as long as your sample is actually random or you're dealing with a natural strata, right? So you can do either one. There's a philosopher, Peter Godfrey Smith, that has argued quite convincingly that you can either have a very, very small sample of very naturally cohesive clustered groups, or you can have not so naturally cohesive clustered groups, but a random sample of them, and you can make reliable predictions from them. But it's not plausible to think that these were random samples. You could look at the industry standards for sampling error, level of confidence, and the actual population size of the voters in Florida, which is a little bit unfair, so you can use the 2012 population size of the voters in Florida. And you can estimate they needed at least a little bit over 1,000 people to have a random sample. But if you looked at the polls that the New York Times used, Opinion Savvy 11-3, which was the only poll where Clinton's margin exceeded the sample error margin, only sampled of 603. Right? So the pollsters had to, if we're being charitable, been relying on the naturalness of the racial strata, right? So we don't have to sample as much of them as we would to get a random sample, but there's something about the cohesiveness of the group that would make it a reliable group to make predictions about. All right, but I think this is mistaken as well. So why is Hispanic a natural race in psephology? First, remember, natural races are going to be, we'll say that races are subgroups of people we call races, and then the natural part is that they're reliable for predicting or explaining elections or voting. And we talk about races in a lot of different ways in the contemporary U.S. You can have visible phenotypic groups, you have biological ancestry groups, you have socio-political, social constructs, but you also have social identities, right? And the social identities, which we can call racial identities, are the ones that are going to allow you to get things like solidarity and voting blocks, things like that. Now, philosophers of race have had a lot to say about racial identities. People like Anthony Appiah, Linda Alcoff, Jorge Garcia have worked on racial identities quite intensely, but there's kind of like a common core to what a racial identity is from this research. These are subgroups of people we call races whose members self-identify, and that's just not self-reporting. It's just not marking a box. It's something stronger than that, something like they see themselves as being a part of this group and they organize their lives around it and so forth. Now, by Hispanics, I mean something specific. I mean the group that the U.S. Census Bureau intends to pick out with the words Hispanic or Latino. Why? Because that's the group that the professional pollsters are using to stratify their samples. Right? So I'm not talking about Hispanic in any other sense than the way that it's being talked about among the U.S. Census Bureau demographers. So these are people roughly that share a common culture or origin of Spanish kind, such as Spaniards, Mexicans, and Dominicans, but not Brazilians or Portuguese. So there's been some interesting work done on Hispanic Americans with respect to how they self-identify in the past 5 or so years by the U.S. Census Bureau itself and by the Pew Hispanic Center, a branch of the Pew Research Center. So the Pew Hispanic Center did a nationally representative, and I checked the sample size. It is actually nationally representative of Hispanic Americans to see how they prefer to racially self-identify when Hispanic or Latino is given as an option, because the Census Bureau doesn't allow it as an option. They see Hispanic or Latinos as ethnicity. So when you give it as an option, only 25% identify as Hispanic. And then when you ask them open-endedly, well, how do you see yourself? How do you identify, how do you describe yourself most often? Only 24% say Hispanic or Latino. And then sometimes philosophers talk about, well, when you look at the last census, the 2010 census, we had some aberrations with respect to Hispanic Americans. A good chunk of them didn't identify with a census race. They checked the box some other race. It's like, well, the Census Bureau has actually done a study on the people who checked the box some other race. It's the Rios et al. It came out in 2014. And they found that most of those people were Hispanic Americans, but most of them didn't check, or didn't write in, rather, Hispanic or Latino as that other race that they thought they were. Right? And we'll get to what they wrote in a little bit later. All right. So how should you subdivide Hispanic Americans if you want to get racial identities? Turns out national ancestries is the most robust way that Hispanic Americans see themselves. In the same study from Pew Hispanic Center, the majority describe their family's country or place of origin, which I'm calling national ancestries, as what they most often describe themselves as. And in the Rios et al. Study, the number one most frequent answer to some other race that Hispanic Americans gave was Mexican. Right? And that's because most Hispanic Americans are Mexican, but when you control for that, then you get Mexican, you get Puerto Rican, you get the picture. Right? So instead of dividing Hispanic Americans into Hispanic, if we want to get reliable sort of voting behavior, we should look at them as national ancestries. All right. How did all this play a role in Florida? Why they couldn't lose Florida? Well, the Florida polls were using the stratum of Hispanic, which I've argued already is a natural stratum, and used samples that were too small. Right? So you have to have the natural, or you have to have the random sampling. If you don't have either, then you have a recipe for an inaccurate picture of Clinton's margin of victory in Florida, if she has any at all. Right, and probably the better answer was that she didn't have any, if you were to representatively sample likely Florida voters. So these good polls, I think, for Clinton may have suppressed her votes in some way in Florida, and earlier good polls, since this was systematic error throughout the professional polling, may have given Clinton a false sense of confidence with, in particular, Cuban Floridians. Now, Cuban Floridians are a very important subgroup of voters in Florida. While most Hispanic voters and most non-Cuban Floridian voters, so most Hispanic Floridian voters and most non-Cuban Hispanic Floridian voters voted for Clinton, most individuals of Cuban ancestry in Florida actually voted for Trump, and by a margin of 13%. If the last margin were reversed, Clinton would have won Florida by a little over 20,000 votes. Actually, she didn't even need that big of a margin. 8.5 would have sufficed. And from the last representative, again, I looked at the sample size, it was representative, study of Cuban Floridians, which was done by the Florida International University Cuba poll, you had at least 11% undecided Cuban American voters in Florida, so it was possible. Now, how did all this come together? Well, I think Trump was leading, while Trump was leading in Cuban Floridian polls after the DNC, again, the FIU Cuba poll had Trump leading by a certain margin. Most news organizations, wide sort of majority of them, were still projecting Florida for Clinton. So Clinton and people on the Clinton team may have thought she didn't actually need Cuban Floridian voters to vote for her in a way that would give her a margin of victory among that subgroup. I mean, Obama did it in 2008, but of course 2008 was a special election, right? So unfortunately, there was no reason to think that Cuban Floridians were representatively sampled in Florida polls. There's no reason to rely on those polls. Thus, the Cuban surprise was waiting to happen, and no one saw it coming. So here are 4 lessons that I can sort of summarize and describe from looking at this, related to race thinking and the proper interpretation of polls. Major news organizations should pay more careful attention to sampling error margins. Pollsters should use much larger samples for polls. No one in psephology should talk about the Hispanic vote. Rather, Hispanics should be viewed as an array of national ancestries. And never underestimate the influence of Cuban voters in Florida. Thank you very much.
Questions for you?
Check. Were there any card questions from the audience for Quayshawn? Okay, just to remind you, there's a box of cards back there with golf pencils. Feel free to grab a couple cards so you can jot down questions for our philosophers. So going forward, you're arguing for bigger sample sizes. How big are you thinking? Because I know the accuracy decreases by half each time you double a sample size. For instance, if you go from 600 to 1200, that's only going to be half more accurate than the 600. So what size are you looking for going forward?
Well, I mean, it's you can precisely calculate those. So I mean, it's not like we don't know how to do that. But and then there were some professional polls that did do that. But I mean, we have to be honest about what we're doing when we're doing it, right? And sort of the chain could have been stopped at any number of places. It could have been stopped with, maybe we just won't report this as any sort of significant result from the professional pollers, or maybe the news organizations could say, hey, we're just not going to report this on our website or television broadcast. And again, you don't need the sample size to be as large as what will be required from a random sample if you have natural groups. Right? So I teach philosophy of science. Sometimes I teach this natural kind stuff. And I tell them I used to be a chemist. And in chemistry, we never get random samples of things. It's like if you want to do a study on oxygen, you just pick up whatever's around in the lab, right? And the reason why the generalizations work is because you're dealing with a very cohesive, natural classification of items, right? So you can do one or the other. You don't always have to have a random sample, but you at least should be working with groups that are very natural in their cohesiveness.
Question from that gentleman over there, or someone out there. Are there other unnatural races besides Hispanic that should be deconstructed to get more accurate polling?
That's an excellent question. So we can look at these other census categories, and I think white is another one. I mean, when you really look at what the Census Bureau is talking about with white, they're talking about an ancestry group that includes not just people of European ancestry, but Arab, Persian, North African, right? Are these voting blocks? Are Arabs getting together with people of British ancestry and hey, let's get together? No, I don't think so, right? So this might be an appropriate category to use in some context, right? So the NIH requires stratifying samples of subjects for medical research studies using the census categories. But when you're talking about psephology and predicting voting behavior, now you might want to define white differently. You might not just stratify your sample by the census is white, because that is not going to give you the racial identities. So I think white is definitely another one.
And in terms of going back to polling, I know that Clinton had her own internal polling, and they were relying pretty heavily on computational models of polling, and that probably gave them, as well as the voters, overconfidence. Going forward, do you see a need to rely less on polls or on these sorts of models that they used for political campaigns?
No. Polls are great. I mean, there were some that I was using, right? And I was telling you, well, I did my background homework on it and checked to make sure that it could tell me what it's supposed to tell me. But sometimes we do outstrip what the model can actually tell us, right, reliably. And I don't know why. You can have all kinds of explanations for that. But the polls you can use the polls just fine, but just understand the constraints of getting reliable inferences from them.
I have one last question, and I'll save these ones for later when we do our little round table, which is happening later. Since the election, there's been a lot of ink spilled in the mainstream press about quote-unquote identity politics, which has its own problems as a phrase. But I'm wondering if, again, more confidence in just relying on an inherent, Bill Clinton said, where else are they going to go in terms of different racial voting blocks? Did you see that there might have been overconfidence there too, on behalf of the Democratic Party?
There might have been. This isn't my full-time job, so I had to prepare for class and things like that. Right. So if I want to pick up that check from Penn, they expect me to teach. But I think maybe there might have been some unpredicted lower turnout of African Americans in certain areas. But I would definitely have to look into that before I would make that a working hypothesis.
Sure.
Yeah.
Should I do one more, Michael? Or? Okay, this one comes from the audience. Can we stick with the unnatural race categorization as long as the sample sizes are big enough?
Yeah. That's one. that's one thing that Peter Godfrey Smith convinces us of pretty well. I mean, if you could get a reliable induction in two different ways. You have a very natural category. Sometimes you could sample just a few members of the group and get reliable inductions. Or you can have a very unnatural category, but you're randomly sampling within in the category, so you can get reliable inductions. Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to bring up the next speaker. It's Liz Camp. Elisabeth Camp is an associate professor of philosophy at Rutgers. Her research focuses on non-propositional thoughts and utterances, including metaphor, sarcasm, and slurs.
Thanks. So I am.
Oh, wait, you gotta wait.
What's that? Yeah. So if it's really just a matter. Okay, spacebar. All right. So first of all, I apologize. I'm an old-fashioned academic. I'm also at least partly from a linguistics orientation, and we have handouts. So there is a handout going around, and it will, make its way around. Michael, out of the goodness of his heart, created slides for me last night, and I have now convinced myself that I am capable of pushing the space bar to advance the slides. So, but they're, whatever. There's a handout, and we're going for the handout. So first thing I wanted to say, so is the microphone okay? I hate these kind of mic things, but it's all right? Little higher? Okay, is that all right? All right. So first thing I want to say is just I'm really honored to be here, and I really am proud of my colleagues, my former colleagues at Penn, for engaging with philosophy, these issues that are so so calling out for reflective, rational consideration in such a public and publicly accessible way. I'm going to kill myself with this thing if I don't. Okay, so that's the first thing. The second thing is, so what I'm going to do today is talk about how Trump talks, right? I'm going to focus, there's lots of aspects of how, of Trump's rhetoric that I'm not going to be focusing on. I'm going to be focusing especially on statements, things he says that have the form of statements. There's lots of other things, promises, lots and lots of threats, name-calling, dominance displays, all kinds of stuff, right? Those also deserve, they call out for really, they're very rhetorically very interesting, and they, deserve analysis, and they're very important. I'm going to focus today on things that have this sort of shape that look like their claims. They look like their statements, right? And if I had more time, I would lovingly catalog, these, I'm going to show you sort of 10 kinds of tropes that Trump uses and then say something about them. If I had more time, I would lovingly catalog them and distinguish them and walk you through the examples very slowly. But really what I'm going to do is just flash these before you, give you a little bit of a brief characterization of what they are, and then say something, step back from those details and say something about why they have the kind of rhetorical effect they do, and a little bit about how I think we should try to respond given the kind of rhetorical effects they have. Okay, so, all right. It works. All right, so first typical sort of thing he does is insinuate, right? So you say something, for instance, he says, this Crimea was taken during the administration of Barack Hussein Obama, right? And so by saying Hussein, he suggests that there's some kind of connection between having that middle name and the motivation for allowing this event to happen. But that is not something he says. That is something that remains sort of put across under the table. It's off the record, right? It's merely insinuated. I think actually, so I work on insinuation. I think it's a very interesting phenomenon. I think all through the campaign, I kept on thinking, but that's not really what Trump is up to. I think that's a very typical politician's kind of thing to do. I think Trump tends to be much more in your face than that, right? He doesn't sort of carefully avoid saying stuff. He just gets up there. So, I think a much more typically Trumpian thing, he does insinuate, but he also does very conspicuous non-mentioning, right? Really gets the thing right there. The Megyn Kelly blood coming out of her wherever is it's almost like he did everything but say that word, right? So, but he still didn't say it, right? Okay, so, I've got under here on the third quote is this quote from the Holocaust Remembrance Day, which conspicuously doesn't mention the role of Jews in the Holocaust, and that allows this kind of insinuation. What do you mean? You think you have a problem with us not mentioning it, right? So it has this kind of deniability about it. We didn't mean anything. We're inclusive. We like gay people. So that, I'm not sure that's it's functioning exactly the same way, but it's the same ballpark as this insinuation, the non-mentioning, and also this next class, which is dog whistles. Again, this is a typical politician's move. Dog whistles are forms of statement which send a clear signal to one audience who is in the know about what the kind of message is supposed to be, while retaining, without saying it overtly, and while retaining a kind of deniability, a kind of innocuousness to the rest of the audience. So Hillary Clinton wants to be America's Merkel. This is, so the people to whom Trump is typically addressing himself are not primarily people who know or have a lot of information about or even care that much about Angela Merkel. Why would he say this? What is the point? It's a call out to the alt-right to say, I'm with you guys, right? And so I think pretty clearly using the phrase America first, of course we want to put America first. We're Americans, but it echoes a phrase which has a long and tawdry history. But in a way, it doesn't quite say it, right? So it has this kind of under-the-table inexplicitness about it. Okay, so the next class, so those are three kinds of ways of using speech that avoid saying, right? With the explicit, a lot of what's going on is the implicit message, which is not said. The next class of sort of typical Trumpian tropes I want to mention, I want to focus on, have more to do with the kind of message, the kind of content, the kind of thing that's being put forward rather than how it's being put forward. So typical case here is the use of generics, and this fits in nicely with Quayshawn's discussion just before. And he says this stuff all the time. So I'm going to help the African Americans, I'm going to help the Latinos, right? So by using that nominalization, the use of the substantive, he creates a class, a group of people. They're a kind, they're all the same kind, and they can be sort of predicted to behave. That's all you need to know about any of the individuals in that group, is they're of that kind, right? It produces a kind of stereotype. It arouses a kind of stereotype in your thinking often about what this group is, and it plays on those stereotypes. The sort of flip side, or related thing, a flip side of that, are what I'm calling generic evidentials. Again, Trump is very famous for this. This is a use of a citation, using evidence, but no particular person is being, it's the kind of many people are saying, right? There's a generic kind of the way people are thinking, the way people are saying things, right? So you can't be pinned down to any particular case, any particular testifier, any particular believer, but it's out there. It's what lots of people are thinking, right? Okay. The use of a telling anecdote, the use of anecdata is a kind of flip side of this. It's taking a particular instance and allowing it to stand as typical for, as representative of a kind. And so a friend, the very famous golfer, Bernard Langer, so this is a story. I can't actually give you the quote here fully because this was, reported as having been uttered in closed-door conversation with Congress. But apparently, Trump is, did I just go out? All right, okay. Is citing as evidence for massive voter fraud a story he heard, which actually he heard from somebody else, right? He's not friends with Bernard Langer, it turns out. Anyway, and the guy's a German citizen, right? So anyway, and so the story, but again, it's this sort of, this is the kind of thing that's happening all over the place. This is one example, right? But this kind of thing, these people who look like they shouldn't be allowed to vote, just getting up there and voting, well, I can't vote, that's the kind of thing that happens all the time. So the use of an anecdote as representative of a generic kind of phenomenon. Okay, so those three generics, generic evidentials, and anecdata all have to do with sort of the relation, the conjuring of a typical group that behaves and thinks and behaves and sort of can be predicted to behave in certain kinds of typical ways. And because of the sort of typicality of this, that, is that kind of thing, it makes it very difficult. That makes the content very amorphous and difficult to sort of pin down and falsify or verify. However, I think I'll say in a little bit that I don't think this actually matters, but I think Trump actually thinks that, you know, the Muslims are a great people that, well, I don't think he thinks that, but that the groups in question do constitute groups, right, or behave in similar ways. I think he does think that many people are saying whatever, you know. So I think the things that are being put forward in this class of amorphous, generic kind of thinking, I think there's a kind of commitment to the truth of these kinds of claims. The next class of tropes that I want to look at, that's the sort of the truth is the thing that's, it's not whether it's explicit or implicit. It's not that whether it's sort of specific and concrete or amorphous. It's about the relation to truth that gets a little bit more tenuous. So the first group here is what he's calling sarcasm. And I don't think that it's really necessarily sarcasm, but there's something, I see why he wants to say that. So classic case, you know, Obama is the founder of ISIS. They're celebrating him because he's the founder of ISIS. And then, you know, news anchors and reporters gave him the chance. You don't really mean that literally. I see, you meant it metaphorically, right? And he says, no, I meant what I said. I meant it. And then he says, well, but obviously I meant it sarcastically, but not that sarcastically, to be honest with you. So and I think I understand what he's getting at something. It's not that it was a metaphor for something else, but there's something right about it, but he wasn't actually literally claiming that that thing was literally true, but he's getting at something, right? So that's the kind of thing that's going on with that use of speech. Something that's a little bit, that's related, but a little bit different is bullshit. So as Harry Frankfurt said, so Jason's getting worried, and so we can talk about this in great and fulsome detail. So bullshit, so the way that Harry Frankfurt characterizes bullshit is the liar intends to inject what they know to be a falsehood into the conversation and to get somebody to believe something they know and take to be a falsehood. The bullshitter's just throwing out there. They're indifferent with respect to truth, right? So there's something that's sort of, so that's what bullshit is, and there are cases like that. So I have the world's greatest memory. It's one thing everybody agrees on. And then under oath, he says, well, I don't remember that I said that. I remember you saying that I said that, but I don't remember saying that. The famous Access Hollywood quote, right? He then says, oh, well, that was harmless locker room banter, right? That was bullshit. I didn't really mean it. He, in The Art of the Deal, says, you know, there's this thing called truthful hyperbole. Innocent exaggeration, which is a very, you know, it's a very effective form of promotion. So he thinks of this as, you know, no, I didn't really mean it, but I kind of got something out there that, you know, it's a kind of truthful hyperbole. It's getting at something right, but it's not really, you know, literally true. Okay, so what we've seen in these kinds of with sarcasm and bullshit is sort of more and more tenuous connection to truth. But these are still things, I mean, these are things people do, and these are things that, in a way, they're not really supposed to be put forward as exactly true. If you flip the page on the handout, the next class of kinds of talk are now sort of aggressively in your face against truth, right? They're sort of opposing truth. So the first thing are what we now call, is it really just been 2 weeks exactly? It's really been a long time. So we now have alternative facts, right? These are falsehoods presented as evidence for something else, which is the main point. They're in that respect a little bit like the anecdata, right? They're evidence for something else. What's puzzling about them is that they are easily and obviously falsifiable, right? They have a kind of specificity, and they are demonstrable. Like, how many metro riders took the DC, you know, were there on Inauguration Day in 2008, 2012, and 2016, right? That's verifiable information. So alternative facts are falsehoods that are obviously false. And then the last class and we have lots of those coming out. And then the last class is gaslighting, which is the classic phenomenon of sort of persisting in denying an obvious reality in the face of confrontation with that reality in a way that then causes the challenger to doubt their own sort of, you're not backing down when I'm confronting you with this reality. What is going on? Maybe I am wrong, right? So it undermines my own epistemic credibility, my own belief in my own epistemic credibility, because you're not backing down when I'm confronting you with the obvious reality. One classic case was Lewandowski and Michelle Fields, the sort of abuse case. Even when there's video footage being played right there, he says, "What do you mean? He was just creating a little room. It wasn't." And wouldn't she fried out? Isn't something funny going on there? And then I think we have the same kind of thing with people saying everything's going really well. Very few problems at the airports with the executive order rollout. Okay, so that was 10 tropes. 10, and I picked one, I just picked quotes. Those are all quotes. Those are all quotes that I think I'm sure you all heard at one point, though since they come in a torrent, you may have forgotten some of them in the meantime. And I think they're all pretty characteristic of things that Trump and now his surrogates do a fair amount of the time. So now I want to step back a little bit and say something about how they work and why they have the kind of effectiveness that they do. So I think there are three features that I want to especially draw attention to. These are characteristic of many of these forms of speech. They don't apply to all of them. They're these 10 tropes, but they're sort of generally, they're things we see recurring. So the first feature, which is especially evident in the first class of 1 through 3 of insinuation, conspicuous non-mention, and dog whistling, is that the main point, the thing that's really going on, is left implicit and unstated. Or it's at the very least at the periphery. It's not discourse focal. It's not the main sort of linguistic focus of the statement. That means that if you say something like, "That's not true," or "No, it's not," that doesn't challenge that main point, right? It picks up on if you say, Hillary Clinton wants to be America's Merkel. No, she doesn't. That challenges what Hillary Clinton is like rather than the sort of connection that's being imputed between them, something like that. You can't say, what do you, Barack Obama's middle name is not Hussein. That's not the point, right? Okay, so it makes it difficult to challenge. In order to challenge the thing that's really the point, you have to maybe articulate it for yourself, which sort of feeds into the it shows that you knew what I was saying. And it also derails the conversation. You have to say, wait a minute, what are you up to here? And that makes you look like a sort of, nitpicky, not going with the flow, uncharitable kind of interlocutor, conversationalist. Okay, so the second main feature, distinctive feature, characteristic feature, which we see especially clearly in the second class of 3 of the generic evidentials and anecdata, is that main point is vague or amorphous. It's not a specific and easily verifiable fact. One really characteristic feature of generics is that they're tolerant to counterexample. You can say, well, that kind tends to be that way, and the fact that there are some exceptions doesn't undermine that way of thinking about the appropriateness of that way of thinking about that group. So this kind of vagueness gives this way of thinking or the kind of point that's being put forward a kind of resilience against argument of just being disproven that can be very frustrating. And then the third thing, which I think is really characteristic and really sort of unites all these things, is that what I think pretty much all these do is they evoke an intuitive perspective and present it as being something that's shared with at least the target audience. You and I know we share this common way of thinking about the subject in question. So what I mean by a perspective here is, and I can go on and elaborate more detail about this, but is a perspective is a disposition to interpret, a way of meeting the world, a way of interpreting and making sense of the world. It's a disposition to notice certain things and not others. It's a disposition to explain things in certain kinds of ways, to find connections among facts in certain kinds of ways. It's a disposition to feel emotionally certain kinds of ways, to have certain kinds of images and affective reactions, and it's then in turn a disposition to evaluate and respond to the world in certain kinds of ways. And these hang together in a coherent, intuitive, holistic way. It's something that it tends to happen relatively automatically without our really paying attention to it. It's something that happens, is only partly under our voluntary control, right? So because I've been brought up in this society, I have lots of stereotypes in my thinking, right, that characterize my intuitive patterns of thought about people on the street that I encounter, right? Those, I can work with those, I can fight those, I can, but they apply to me. Stereotype threat shows the ways in which I myself am, sort of under the influence of those ways of thinking, even when they're to my own detriment, and they do tend to condition my ways of thinking about other people. Even more so if you really, and I don't reflectively endorse those intuitive ways of thinking. If you do intuitively endorse those ways of thinking, they're going to be even more powerful in their intuitive guidance in your patterns of thought. So these are real, deep, persistent aspects of human cognition. They're, I think, good and important in many ways, but they're also pernicious in certain kinds of ways. And they're powerful. And what Trump is often doing is hooking into those intuitive ways of thinking and bringing those, that's what's being put forward. That's the kind of move that's really importantly being made. So one thing I want to emphasize is at least 1 through 7, and I would even say arguably bullshit. Those are all common, important, effective modes of communication. These are things people do all the time for often potentially good reasons. That doesn't, and as I just said, they reflect and draw on aspects of our ways of thinking, of our ordinary ways of thinking that are powerful and pervasive, and I think are part of what make us rich cognitive agents that meet the world in an effective way. We need to be interpreters. We can't be pure, information machines. But they're also usable for ill, right? They're usable for good, they're usable for ill. I would argue that they're being used for ill. Together, especially combined with the alternative facts and the gaslighting, they undermine most standard modes of accountability, right? It's just putting forward this perspective, the perspective and this way of thinking is what's being lobbed forward, and fact-checking in this sort of standard narrow sense seems to have no effect. So now the question is, why is it so? One question is, why is this mode of discourse so powerful? Why is it so effective? I think it's really important to remember that Trump won, if not the popular vote, won over enough voters who voted for Obama 2 times, right? So it's not just an inevitability. I think that it's that he has this rhetorical style at the top level of being a straight shooter in the service of truth, right? Now, it's clearly not in the service of actual factual truth, but what kind of truth? A kind of deeper truth, a kind of, a hidden truth, right? So I think what's going on here is these details, they matter only so far as they're functioning as evocative symbols of this deeper reality that people are, conceiving of intuitively. The difference between an anecdote, an apocryphal story, something that's not true but is, could be true, and an alternative fact, the difference among those doesn't feel that significant to people for whom those really reflect a deeper reality that they feel to be true and believe to be true. So Peter Thiel says, the media is always taking Trump literally and never takes him seriously. I think a lot of his voters take him seriously, but not literally. Trump says something similar about that. So I think but the effect is, of course, of a post-truth discourse, right? And I think that especially when combined with alternative facts and gaslighting, we do get something which is deeply pernicious and deeply disconnected from reality and from evidence. So Masha Gessen has this powerful parallel with Putin, especially with these alternative facts. Obvious lies, precisely in their obviousness, because they're obvious, end up asserting a kind of dominance. Their point is to assert a kind of dominance or control over truth itself, over reality. And this is not new. This is something Karl Rove said to the reality-based community. You guys can go spouting all your little facts. Meanwhile, we're busy making the reality that we, dream of. Okay. Just note, many campaign promises, which I think even many of Trump's supporters thought were also bullshit, are turning out to be literally true. And he keeps on saying on Twitter, I told you I was going to do this, right? And he said I was going to do exactly this, and he's doing. Okay, so 3 strategies for effective response. If these standard sorts of things don't tend to work, what do we do in response? The first, so I think there are 3 kinds of ways of responding. None of these are magic bullets. They're all things people are already trying to do. I think different people have different kinds of roles to play here. The first is earnest pedantry. So, let me say, so I don't think, so Trump does not, there appears to be no pivot to being presidential, right? But I think there is a really crucial difference with the assumption of office to the President of the United States. And that is, at this point, Trump is not an individual. He is an occupant of an office. And in a sense, what all these tropes do, at least 1 through 8 do, is I'm an individual and I'm here talking and I'm sort of like getting you to know what I'm saying, but I'm not really exactly putting. So it involves sort of me coordinating my way of thinking with you in a way that's playing with language. I think that's exactly something that he wants to hold on to. That's why he keeps on using the Twitter handle at real Donald Trump. But as POTUS, that is not, it doesn't matter. It's the words he actually says, the things he actually does, which matter. And so in a sense, that what you know he's really trying to do, that should be irrelevant at this point. So the first way of responding is to these sort of ways of using language is earnest pedantry. And I think Mara Eliason is sort of saying, if he really believes that 3 to 5 million voters voted illegally, shouldn't we be doing something about that? Now, an enormous amount of money is going to be wasted now in investigating non-existent voter fraud, but that has to be done and has to be shown and seen to be false, rather than simply continuing to insinuate that this kind of thing is here and allowing that kind of delusional way of thinking to fester. The second, and I also just want to add, and I think this is important, not primarily, if at all, because it's going to cause Trump to change his mind. He doesn't matter, right? It's rather the institutions that matter, and it's also us seeing to each other that there is a common discourse, and a common, especially a civic discourse, where we can agree there are processes, procedures, and processes already in place for determining what facts are and agreeing as a group, as a civic body, about what we should do about those. We need to use those resources relentlessly and persistently and not let them sort of die. Okay, second major way of responding is what I'm calling snarky reframing. So the earnest pedantry refuses to pick up on this sort of framing perspectival stuff and says, well, what did you say? What was the claim? Let's assess that claim. Let's assess that whether that action is legal, right? The second 2 strands of response play with perspective, fight fire with fire, right? Play perspective back against perspective. So the second one is snarky reframing. And we know from the whining responses to Saturday Night Live that Trump is attentive to this kind of thing. He cares about appearance. He cares about popularity and how he's seen. So my favorite example of, and so puncturing, again, there's comfort for some people. There's solidarity in seeing that the emperor has no clothes. There's also letting people who might find, who do find his way of thinking to be really compelling, there's a potential to deflate that way of thinking. And then there's also maybe the possibility that he or his surrogates might come to think differently, see their own behaviors differently. My favorite one, I've got one on the handout, but my favorite one, which is from yesterday, is one still shudders to think, this is on Twitter, of course, one still shudders to think how bad the Bowling Green massacre would have been if not for the heroic interventions of Frederick Douglass, right? So combining 2 of the latest, sillinesses. So snarky reframing is, again, a tool for puncturing some of the inflations of the kind of driving perspective and fighting fire with fire. And the last is sort of visionary reframing, right? Using, so as I emphasize, these are the kinds of tropes and especially the patterns of cognition that Trump is playing with are fundamental deep aspects of human life, of human cognition, and they are something we can't do without, and they're very powerful. I think that they're good. They're part of our rationality, at least part of our way of engaging with the world. And so we need to harness those ways. Everybody needs to harness those ways of thinking, but articulate them in the service of non-nihilist perspectives, that, and in particular, in perspectives that will capture a key subset of what people who voted and sort of feel swept along by Trump's rhetoric, what they are feeling, what that reality that they have is, embed that core that is causing them to respond in that way in a different narrative or perspective so that they can see themselves and their possibilities in a different way. And that's going to be different for different people, right? So Andrew Cuomo's got to have one kind of vision, and he's got to articulate that. Cory Booker, or I was trying to think who else is going to have another one. The Koch brothers, they're pretty alarmed, right? And so they need to come up with a kind of visionary reframing of their own. I recommend, I think the Budweiser Super Bowl ad, if anybody's seen this, of, what was it, Born the Hard Way. That's another kind of example. It's, drawing a saccharin as proper, but it's using it in the service of a potentially positive vision, right? Okay, so with that, I will stop. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yep.
If anyone wants to bring up any questions, here we go. Cool. If you want to put your name on it too, get some credit.
0.0005 of a point will be added to your grade if you.
Exactly. One question I have for you is, do you find parallels between the way Trump talks and the way that he tweets?
So yeah, and I think that it's not an accident that he uses tweeting so vociferously. I think, and other people have noticed this, and I didn't draw attention to it here, but it's remarkable and deserves its own analysis. Short sentences, declaratives that sort of, I think that lends itself to a certain kind, Twitter lends itself to a certain kind of syntactic style and rhetorical style that supports this way of thinking. And also, it supports this kind of, I had to compress it in 140 characters, so how could I say more? Of course I have to leave so much unstated, right?
Unless he divides it up into two.
Exactly,
yeah.
Which he rarely, other people, anyway.
It's actually funny when they report half of a tweet.
Yeah.
Okay, and another question from me. There was one quote that you put up there that stood out from the rest, and it was the Access Hollywood quote.
Yes, which I didn't read.
You did not read it, thank you, but we all know what he said.
I work on slurs too, and it's, getting those words in the air is, yeah.
But every other statement he made was a public one, and that was one where we got to hear him talking in private, and I'm wondering if you noticed any difference between that one and the other examples that you played.
Yeah. There are some notable differences, in particular in some of the words they used. But I think that part of what is appealing to what I'm going to call Trump supporters, but other people as well, is that it appears as if there isn't such a gap between, his ordinary patterns of speech present themselves as more like that than most people would, right? So I think we have in mind that, a lot of people talk differently in public and private,
Hillary Clinton said as much.
Right.
Yeah.
And what's so admirable about him is he comes out and he doesn't hide it, right? He talks the same way in public that as he does in private. Now, it's not quite right, but I think that actually, so there's less of a gap than we might expect, and that we might impute especially to a politician. That's part of why he seems like not a politician.
Right. Question from the audience. Do you think Trump's use of language is the main reason for his victory?
No, I think, it's not so much that I have to prepare for classes as that there's like a lot of other disciplines out there, but I think it was conducive, but I think it wouldn't get a grip if it wasn't responding powerfully to a perspective, to a felt reality, right? And And I think that is driven by economic injustice, and I think that's at the heart of what needs to be addressed. I think there's another question about how deeply racist, not just racialist, but racist, the motivations, the stuff he's keying into. That's a complicated thing I don't have a decided view on.
Right. Like dog whistles, for example.
Right, and I guess the way I think about it is, so again, and this is me, I do not have a professional opinion on this. I think there are a lot of people who are experiencing economic injustice and feel that very keenly, and then interpret that in a narrative, are currently interpreting that in a narrative that is racist, and they're prepared to go along with that, and then that feeds into a larger cluster of things as well. I also think there's a larger group that basically they think he's a bullshit artist, but they're like, whatever, I'm just going to put a big middle finger to, so. And they may not even be, I don't know. So, yeah,
Sure.
Complicated question.
You have more time? Can I take another one?
Sure, we have 6 or 7 more minutes.
Okay, great. How important is satire in the coming years? Question from the audience.
Yeah, so that's my second, the snarky reframing, I think is a really important, and as I said, I think it's deeply cathartic and satisfying, comforting. I think it's risky though, because precisely because it's satisfying, right? And so I think we need to, it's not, right after the election, a very dear family friend of mine who's like 75 or something, she said, I want to say that successive consumption of whiskey is not itself a form of political activism, right? So, so similarly, just snarking off on Twitter or whatever late night is not itself a form of political activism. It can help. It can give us comfort. It can show. It can create solidarity, and it can puncture illusions. That can be a really important use. But I think that is not in itself sufficient.
Right. Sorry, some of these are a little long. Just try and keep them to like a couple sentences, please. This is obviously a topic that goes beyond just the language aspect of Trump, but and you won't know the answer to this. I'm just wondering if you will opine for a minute. Deliberate or instinctual?
Good. So false dichotomy. On Trump's part.
On Trump's part.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah.
False dichotomy. And the other thing that I want to say is now in some way irrelevant. So here's how I think. This is my view again. I think he's got a kind of lizard brain. I think and that is a kind of deeply instinctual, and it is very smart in its way. It's got its nose, and it's going, and it's sussing out these opportunities and so in that sense, going on instinct, but in a way that can actually be responding to, affordances in the environment that it can exploit. I think that many of the things he's doing here are lies. I don't think that matters. So, there's been debate in the media about whether to use the word lie, especially about the alternative facts. I think that we shouldn't engage in that debate and that's what I wanted to say with the assumption of the role of POTUS. That, in a way, makes the intentions irrelevant. It is that office that is being occupied. And so we just need to say, this is the statement. This is what that statement means. This is the consequence. And we're going to evaluate that on its face. Now, I'm as fascinated as anybody else. What exactly? But I think both for rhetorical purposes, so that people can't come along and say, "Oh, but you're saying it's a lie." But no, it's not a lie. And how do you know? And to avoid that debate and keep the focus on the actual claims and the actual consequences is, I think, very important. And also for people who are interested in action, focusing on action rather than on motivation, I think is important. And that's not to say that the motivations might not be as evil as people think, but yeah.
All right. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, is David here? You go away? Oh, there he is. All right.
Isn't it Eugene next?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's Eugene next, I think.
I have David.
Yeah, I messed it up. Eugene Kiely is the... He never sent a bio.
Okay. Next up, we have Eugene Kiely from factcheck.org in the building.
He's right there.
There he is. Okay, great. Also, if you guys want to come up and hand me cards during the during the talk, that'd be great too, just so I can go through them beforehand. So anyway, Eugene Kiely from factcheck.org. Thank you.
You don't have slides, right?
No, I don't have any slides. I won't refer to anybody's lizard brain or anything like that. We try to stay away from that kind of inflammatory comments. But I agree with you on the whole argument about lies. So anyway, just a little bit background on myself, first of all. I've been a journalist for 30 years, most of the time covering politics. Worked for the Bergen Record which is a paper in New Jersey, covering the congressional delegation for New Jersey back in the 1990s. Went to the Philadelphia Inquirer, worked there for several years, was the state editor as well as the political editor in charge of our campaign coverage for 5 years from 2003 to 2007. And then went to USA Today, where I was the congressional editor and the so-called watchdog editor. So that's my background. That's where I come from. Now, I'm sure most of you are familiar with factcheck.org, so I'll skip over that part. We have been around since 2003, though. We're the oldest fact-checking organization. And I think the best of them, because we try to play it in a way that will engage people on both sides. We don't have Pinocchios, we don't have pants on fire. We just present the facts, come to a conclusion, whether it's false, misleading, distorted, whatever, and then let you all decide the rest. I just want to go through what our process should be, and then what our process was with Donald Trump, because he was such an unconventional candidate. So what we do when we're selecting stories to write about is that we try to do this in a way that is to remove any selection bias, looking at claims that what we give Republicans and Democrats an equal opportunity. So that means that if we're going through speeches or debates or TV ads, that we're looking at pretty much the same amount of material, assuming that they're on TV as much. But Donald Trump was on TV more, because for the most part, he's like a magnet for television. So we might have had more of an opportunity to fact check him, but we are looking at pretty much the same set of kinds of forums. Second is to identify the facts as we're going through these transcripts. And what we try to do is not only watch them, but also go through the transcripts and go by word, identifying just the statements of fact, not opinions or anything like that. So then once we identify some things that we believe are suspicious, well, the first thing we do is we go to the campaign and ask for supporting evidence that backs up what the statement is. So that means that the burden is on them to prove that the statement that they're making is indeed accurate. Once we do that, then we'll review the evidence that they present, do our own research, and then come to a conclusion, sometimes having to go back again to the campaign or the committee or who's ever making the claims, and then making presenting them with the information, telling them what we've had, and then giving them another shot at coming back at us. Then we go through an editing process for our stories where 4 people who are not involved in the writing of that story review it. There's a line editor, there's a copy editor, there's a fact checker, person that goes through our stories, checking it fact by fact, making sure that all the statements in there are accurate, and that we're presenting, using transparency in presenting the source information, so you can all go just click on the link and get to the information. And then we post it. Now, that didn't work with Donald Trump. His campaign, particularly in 2015, was just it was incommunicado. To sum it up, they had one person in their media office, Hope Hicks, who was, and I felt bad for her after a while. She was just inundated with questions, and she couldn't keep up, and I'm not sure that Donald Trump, the campaign, or she really cared about getting back to the media. So for 2015, we got like no response. In fact, the only time Hope Hicks was quoted on our website, and I just went through this and pulled it out. We wrote, spokeswoman Hope Hicks told us over the phone that she would take a look at our emailed request. We have not received a response, but we will update this article if we do. We didn't receive a response, and we didn't update the article. And there were numerous times that we just said, campaign did not respond, campaign did not respond. So they got marginally better in 2016. There was this brief period of time in the summer just before the convention and for a little bit after that where the campaign was putting out documents, speeches with footnotes. They'd put out fact sheets. And so they had information in there where we could say, oh, well, that's what he means. And we'd go down and we'd be able to review it that way. So even though they weren't getting back to us, they were providing information. But that didn't last too long. It was only a couple of months before that was over with. And they hired somebody that they called rapid response. So they had now 2 people who were responding to the media. This person's role was to get back to us with answers, and I checked, and actually he got back to us half of the times where we requested information. So it was better than 2015. But most of the time, his role was to provide press releases. Right after the debate, you get inundated with 10, 12, 14 press releases on something. So that's how the process worked. As far as the candidate himself, which I'm sure you're familiar with this by now, but I mean, he does not apologize. He does not back down. He will insist that he's right no matter what. Even in the overwhelming evidence is against him. The example with the towers coming down on 9/11. His quote was, "Hey, I watched the World Trade Center come tumbling down, and I watched Jersey City, New Jersey, where thousands and thousands of people were cheering as the building was coming down." Now, that was in November 21st, 2016, when he said that in his speech. Gave no source for it. The campaigns, of course, didn't respond. Goes on television the next day on Meet the Press and says, "It did happen. I saw it. It was on TV. I saw it." And the day after that, November 23rd, notice 2 days, this thing's dragging out for 2 days. He tweets that he found the evidence, and this is a Washington Post story that said that the Jersey City police detained a number of people who were allegedly seen celebrating the attacks and holding a tailgate-style party in Jersey City. And the allegation was unattributed, and it was unverified, and it could never be verified. In fact, the reporters who wrote that story then later told the Washington Post fact-checker that they did try to identify whether this was true or not, and were unable to. The Attorney General in New Jersey and numerous other people came out and said that was false, there was nothing to it. But, you know, that's the kind of thing that he does, is he'll say something and not only be wrong about it, but then demand an apology. He demanded an apology in his tweet. Now, the opposite, Ben Carson, on the same issue, he was confronted with this, asked a question about it. He agreed with Donald Trump. Yeah, I saw it on television. The next day he came out and said that, well, he was wrong about that he didn't hear the New Jersey part of it, and he remembered seeing protests. And it's true that there were these celebrations in some Middle Eastern countries. So that's how one candidate handled it as opposed to Donald Trump. So we've never seen anything like him before. And in 2015, at the end of the year, we do something called Whoppers, a list of the most egregious claims that we've seen throughout the year. And we got to after tallying them all up, sending out emails to all of us, you know, which ones were the worst. We got this long list for Donald Trump and a medium-sized list for Hillary Clinton, who she had her own problems with the emails and the way she was trying to spin those. And then there was others. So at that point, we did something we've never done before, which was to declare a candidate, a single person, the king of whoppers, because Donald Trump he just walked away with it. As I've said to people who've challenged that, it's like he earned it. So, I mean, just to give you some examples of some of the things that he has said repeatedly, too, and would just not back down on, besides the 9/11 stuff. So these are kind of important stuff. Because what he was trying to do is portray the United States as being in serious decline and only he can save it. So, like on jobs, we heard repeatedly from him that the unemployment rate was 42%, and that you don't believe those phony unemployment numbers. And he said, again today, I believe, that there were 96 million people really wanting a job and they can't get one. 96 million people. So, what we do at Fact Check is, in a case like this, we go to primary sources of information. So BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, has information on employment. So the 96 million figure that he's getting refers to everyone who's 16 years of age and older, period. So that's everybody. That's high school students, college students, retirees, millions and millions of people who don't want a job. So that's where he gets his $96 million figure, his 96 million figure. As far as the unemployment rate, when he's talking about 42%, that's just the percentage of people who are the 96 million. So it's just flipping it around. On ISIS, he repeatedly makes comments about ISIS and it taking oil in different countries. It did take oil in Iraq, not as much as he says, but it did. But he also said that ISIS is making millions and millions of dollars a week selling Libya oil. It never got sold anything from Libya. There was a skirmish. There was some oil fields that were destroyed because that was ISIS's intent in Libya, was to disrupt, not to take control like they were in Syria. And these are on issues that are important. And, you know, some of these, the media chases around a lot of these, these crazy accusations that he makes. But what was lost, I think, in a lot of the media coverage were the serious matters of the kinds of things that he was saying about unemployment, about ISIS, and things that he would be in charge of now that he's president. And by not being responsive to us, and by not being and being so dismissive of the media, I think it's just counterproductive for himself and for his administration, as we're seeing now with the horrendous rollout of the travel ban, which is not a ban. It is a ban. It's a temporary ban, but it's a ban. So in that case, what normally would happen is that there would be the State Department and Homeland Security would have a background briefing. And we would quote them as senior officials, not by name. And they would present all the information about how this thing is going to work. They didn't do that. Then there would be an on-the-record press briefing where somebody like Sean Spicer would go out and answer questions on the record. And he would often just, as press secretaries usually do, well, you're going to have Homeland Security about that, or you're going to have the State Department about that. But at least you would have the information from someone. But nobody knew what was going on. We didn't know if there were people with green cards, whether they were affected and how they were affected. Didn't know whether you could leave the country and return, which you can't do. So these are the kinds of things that the administration is going to have to figure out going forward. Two things about media manipulation. I think that during the campaign, what we saw was Donald Trump trying to repeatedly using us as media as foils, that we are the dishonest media. And he's creating this alternate reality where what he's saying is the truth and what the media is saying is a lie, which is continued now with his fake news. So, he'll say things like, believe me, or the media never tells you about it. And then, he'll point to the media in the Penn, where they're penned up and, pointing at, there's the dishonest media right there, and then howls of boos will come raining down on them. Just to give you a quick example, the murder rates, which is also another important issue. At one point, he had said, well, he repeated this numerous times, but this is just one example. You know, the murder rate in the United States, I don't know if you know this, because the press never talks about it, is the highest it's been, think of this, in 45 years. Nobody knows that. The murder rate, highest it's been, 45 years. Nobody knows that. And I think my lead was the press isn't telling you that because it's not true. And that kind of thing just drives me nuts. But the fact is, it was the lowest it's been since the 1960s. In 2014, it went up in 2015, but it still was the lowest it's been in decades. So it's just completely, and again, this is crime, this is jobs, this is foreign policy. These are the issues that when he was talking to his supporters and just totally misrepresenting in ways that I don't know that the media did a very good job of countering. So now that he's in office, his first full day in office, he blamed the media for inventing his feud with the intelligence community and blamed the media for lying about the crowd size, even though the photos were pretty clear. His press secretary, his first statement was to berate the press for lying and meanwhile getting his facts wrong. And in the following days, we had the senior advisor calling the media the opposition and the White House counsel talking about alternative facts. So for us, we're kind of the low on the medium pole. In fact, he referred to fact checkers on the campaign as dishonest scum. See, we weren't just the dishonest media, but we were dishonest scum. But our response is that we're just going to do what we do. We're going to get sporadic responses at best from them. But we're going to do our research, we're going to come to the conclusions that we do, and we're going to present them and hopefully get picked up by folks. We're going to rely on what my boss, Dr. Kathleen Hall Jamieson, refers to as the custodians of knowledge. These are organizations, nonpartisan organizations out there that are getting primary source material from organizations like the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And their methods are well known, the methods are tested, and the methods are accepted by both parties and all the experts. So when he talks about the Bureau of Labor Statistics and phone-in numbers, well, we're still going to write about them, we're still going to present them as facts because they have been facts for decades, long before he came into office. So with that, I will open it up for any questions.
Feel free to bring any questions or comments. Alternative facts are welcome.
Alternative facts.
So let's see. One question I have for you is how much do you guys rely on government statistics? Because as we know, this administration is interested in muzzling them or at least being able to spin them, or who knows what they want to do with them. But
right. Well, there's two types of government statistics. There's the folks in government whose job it is to continue to follow the past practices that they've well established and well reviewed, like I just said, the custodians of knowledge. So you're talking about, Bureau of Labor Statistics, the Bureau of Economic. These are folks that are gathering data, and we're going to rely on that. The administration may provide alternative data, but it's not going to. We're pretty confident that the material that we're going to be getting from other organizations within government is going to still be good. There's the Inspector General's office that every department has now. The Inspector General and the Department of Homeland Security is doing a review of how this whole rollout went. So those are the kinds of people we're going to be relying on, not the White House.
I'm also wondering, how much did your metric change throughout the campaign? I mean, did you have to move the meter in terms of what was true and what was not true, considering the degree to which the blatantness of which the untruth was coming out of this man's
Well, we don't
face?
have a meter per se. You know, it's either something's false or it's not. You know,
Right.
it,
unlike
and there may be-
unlike PolitiFact,
Yeah,
which
we
has
don't-
the degrees to
Yeah. But what did change with this covering this campaign and this candidate was the bar increasingly got higher and higher and higher. Some stuff that we were writing about 8 years ago, we wouldn't even think about writing now because he had just raised it to a level where you had to make something almost completely outrageous in order to be written about.
Is there ever any situation, I'm thinking this morning, I don't know if everyone here has read it, but Kellyanne Conway made up a disaster, a massacre, a terrorist attack. Is there ever a situation in which you just say, we don't even need to look into this, or that you just know instinctually, or do you treat every claim with the same level of severity, or with?
No, well, we'll treat every claim with the same. It was funny because during the campaign at one point, we got a response from from someone within the Trump campaign who said, "Do you take everything literally?" I was like, "Yeah." So yes, the answer is yes. And but what we don't do is we don't play a game of gotcha. In that case, Kellyanne Conway got it wrong, and she acknowledged she got it wrong. So we already wrote, actually, a couple of days before about that very case in Kentucky. So what she was talking about, we already wrote about. And so I just tweeted out and said, you know, here's what she's talking about. We already wrote about it.
Let's see. Someone would just like you to speak a little bit more about the harassment you received from members of the movement. I guess maybe
Harassment?
emails, or I mean your organization in general.
Oh, yeah.
Tweets.
Well, we get emails all the time from.
Were you threatened at all?
There's like 8,000 emails right now that we're backed way up. It's we
you
get
fact check
hundreds a
those?
day. Well, I respond to ones that are if there's any hint of being civil, you know, I'll respond. But yeah, I mean I compared it to kind of, I was a reporter in New Jersey for many years, covered the mafia for many years. And it was kind of like that, where, you know, you got this bullying that was going on from, you know, some of the people who supported him, in a way that I just hadn't seen in politics before. I've seen it, you know, covering the mob in New Jersey, but not politics.
And I know you said earlier you're just going to go about business as usual, but one of our audience members has the question: how do you salvage the relationship and build trust with the, you know, Trump supporters and the American people? I mean, obviously the media has very low approval ratings in general with the
Right.
public. Do you see a way of building trust? Do you see that as your mission, or is it still just
No,
gonna be...
it is definitely part of our mission. That's why we don't have these rating systems that some others do. We try not to be inflammatory in the language that we use. We just want to present the facts. Yeah, for example, I got an email from someone who's criticized me for being anti-Trump. So it was like, well, you're biased. Can you give me an example of how we're biased? He goes, oh, you're just anti-Trump. Well, okay. And then I sent him some stories about what we wrote about President Obama, including we did a look back at his 8 years in office and the whoppers that he made. So I gave him that and some Benghazi coverage, and it's like, okay, before you accuse us of being biased, take a look at this. And he goes, okay, well, I'll take a look at it. So, you know, I try to respond to him one person at a time. When I'm on the radio, when I'm on TV, when I'm speaking to groups, I explain what our process is, how it works, and, you know, hopefully we chip away at that.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay, our next speaker is David Livingstone Smith, a professor of philosophy at the University of New England in Biddeford, Maine. He is a self-proclaimed prophet of doom. And his research is focused on dehumanization, race, propaganda, and related topics. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we should start out by giving a hand to Michael Weisberg for organizing this. It's a wonderful initiative. And I'd like to thank you for your faith, hopefully not misplaced, that we have something worth saying to you. Okay. I need to keep track of the time. So you'll help me? Okay, you'll give me like a warning because I get kind of carried away sometimes. Right. So I'm a philosopher, so this must be a philosophy talk, right? And I say this because what I'm going to say to you is maybe a little bit more philosophy-ish than some of the presentations. But it's not a kind of philosophy that one might consider normal. That is, I don't embrace the debating society model. I'm not interested in attacking or defending ideas. Rather, I see myself doing something more akin to what an artist or a novelist does. I present a picture to you, which I think is an interesting picture and a picture worth considering. So let me present that picture and let me give you a little bit of backstory. So when Trump came on the scene and it became clear that he was running for the presidency, I became rather alarmed. I became rather alarmed because I couldn't laugh him off as a lot of my academic friends were laughing him off, treating him as a buffoon, making fun of his strange orange color and his propensity for describing things as huge. And I couldn't do that because, as the introduction said, my area of focus is primarily dehumanization. And because of that, I read about the most hideous things that human beings have ever done to one another. And in the process of doing that, I consider the forms of speech that make those hideous things possible. And Trump rang a lot of bells with me because his rhetorical style was actually remarkably similar to a pattern of rhetoric that was identified by a man named Roger Monicarl in the 1930s, listening to Hitler and Goebbels. Monicarl was both a philosopher and a psychoanalyst, and he was invited by his friend, a British diplomat named Arthur Jenkin, to come to Germany and listen to these guys. And Monicarl tried to make sense of what they were doing through the use of his psychoanalytic sensibilities. And basically he said they employed a certain sort of pattern of rhetoric. And it was sort of a three-step dance. First step was to induce depression in the audience. Things are bleak and seemingly hopeless. We've allowed what we most love to be damaged or destroyed. Next, induce paranoia. We're being exploited and destroyed by our enemies. And step three, offer salvation. And this is a quote from Monicarl's wonderful 1941 paper. Having aroused or at least intensified anxiety, its next step is to awaken hope in its particular brand of salvation. So I saw Trump doing this actually in his very first speech when he announced that he was throwing his hat in the ring. And it turned out to be a robust pattern. So Gwynne Guilford, a journalist who attended 3 Trump rallies in March 2016 and wrote her experience up in a really wonderful and important article, wrote, "To test Smith's case, I went through the many reams of observations I scribbled down reflecting on the Trump rallies. Nearly every paragraph fit Monicarl's sequence." And quite independently, Stephen Stomberg wrote in the Washington Post, "Trump outlandishly exaggerates how bad things are. Next, Trump blames others in the simplest possible terms. Then Trump assures people that he and only he can solve all the problems and fast." So it's a pattern we see repeated over and over with Trump. I think he has a really good intuitive understanding of the sorts of rhetoric that moves people. Now I want to kind of switch to a slightly different topic, and then I'm going to bring these two things back together, which is Trumpism and ideology, which is my main focus. So it's often said that Trump has no ideology and Trumpism involves no ideology. This is a representative quote from the article by Stromberg that I mentioned earlier. Trumpism isn't an ideology, it's not an agenda, it's not even a strategy. Trumpism is a formula to manipulate people. Now, I want to say these are not mutually exclusive categories, and I want to explain how I think they're connected. Obama made a similar comment. He said he doesn't think Trump is ideological. Now, that's perhaps true if we think of ideology in terms of sort of a coherent political Weltanschauung, a political philosophy, a worked out sense of aims and connections between things, the sort of thing that we would attribute to Steve Bannon or Mike Pence. But that's not the only way, and I think it's not the best way to think about ideology. So what I want to do now is elaborate a kind of peculiar notion of ideology, which I want to use in relation to Trump. So there's this, notions of ideology are really all over the map. It's a very strange concept. It's hung around and it's been central in social science for a long, long time, but there are wildly different conceptions of what it is. One of the popular conceptions of what it is, particularly in the circles in which I move, is the functional approach. So this is a representative quote from a wonderful paper by Sally Haslanger. Very broadly, ideology is best understood functionally. Ideology functions to stabilize or perpetuate power and domination, and does so through some form of masking or illusion. I'm going to really focus on the first part, what it does, rather than the masking or illusion, which I actually think is superfluous. So, that's pretty clear, or it seems pretty clear. Ideologies are things with this kind of function of promoting oppression or dominance or privilege or power. But the problem is the notion of function is itself ambiguous. In the philosophical literature on function, there are basically two takes on it, and this is really largely from philosophy of biology. So let's look at this washing machine, and let's consider the agitator of the washing machine. It's right in the middle. Well, what's its function? Well, there's one sense of function in which the function of the agitator is what it does, right? It agitates laundry. Agitating laundry, what it does is the function of the agitator. But there's another sense of function, and it's one in which I think we would perhaps, not always reflectively, but certainly most frequently attribute to the agitator, is that the function of the agitator is what it's for. So we have a what it does function and a what it's for function. And these have different names in the literature. I'm going to call them causal and teleological notions of function. So let's contrast them along a few dimensions. As I said, the causal function of something is what it does. The teleological or teleofunctional, the teleological notion of function, that is teleofunctions, involve what it's for. Back to causal functions, anything that does the thing has the function of doing it. So if the function of thing is just the effect that it has within a system, then anything that has that effect, that does that, has the function. But that's not the case with teleofunctions. Not everything that it has the function of doing it, right? So the thing has to have, let's use a more vernacular term, a certain purpose. A teleofunction is a purpose. Things with causal functions, or things described as having causal functions, lose the function when broken or in abnormal environments. So if we're talking about the agitator of the washing machine in terms of its causal function, it would, and the causal function is just what it does, then if the washing machine isn't plugged in or there's a power outage, that's an abnormal environment, it loses its function. And if the machine is broken, it doesn't work. The agitator doesn't agitate clothes anymore. It loses its function. Whereas things understood as having teleofunctions retain their functions, even when broken or in abnormal environments. So if we're thinking of the agitator in terms of its teleological function, even if there's a power outage and it can't agitate the clothes, it still has the function of agitating the clothes. That's still what it's for. And even if it's broken, in fact, what allows us to say that it's broken is that it can't do what it's for. Okay, so now let's transpose this to ideology. Let's think of ideology as something with the function of promoting oppression. And let's look at some of the ramifications of treating that function causally or teleologically. So if we treat ideology in terms of having the causal function for promoting oppression, then ideological beliefs promote depression, first of all. Beliefs can be accidentally ideological. That is, any belief that promotes domination or oppression is ideological. And there cannot be broken ideologies, ideologies that fail to have this effect. These are all just trivial consequences of this causal notion of function. If we go to the teleofunctional account, ideological beliefs are for promoting domination. That's their purpose. They cannot be accidentally ideological. That is, not every belief that promotes domination is ideological. And there cannot be broken ideologies. Ideological beliefs can fail to promote domination. So you see these things really come apart. And I can't make the case here. I've done it in a fairly lengthy paper. I think we should prefer the teleofunctional account when we're thinking about ideology. I think we should think of ideologies as being for promoting oppression, but not necessarily succeeding in that. Okay, now, in the washing machine case, there's an obvious way to explain the teleofunction of the agitator or any other part. The explanation comes from the intentions of the designer. So the agitator is made for the purpose of agitating laundry. But that doesn't really work in the case of ideology. That is, I think it's false to say that people adopt ideological beliefs in order to promote domination. People who embrace ideologies adopt them because they regard them as true, typically unquestionably true. So it's not like, in the case of what I would consider genuine ideology, a person says, well, I'm going to embrace this belief in order to have this certain oppressive effect on the world. There are people who do that, or at least claim to embrace beliefs in order to have oppressive effects, but those are precisely the people who I would deny are in the grip of ideologies. You know, if you're in the grip of an ideology, you've drunk the Kool-Aid. So we need in order to make good on the idea of ideology conceives as teleofunctional, we need some non-intentional analysis of how ideologies get the purpose of promoting oppression. And here I turn to philosophy of biology again. There's a whole area in philosophy of biology, namely Ruth Millikan's work, which deals with non-intentional teleofunctions. How biological items like eyes and wings and threat displays and so on can have purposes without these being derived from anyone's intentions. On Millikan's analysis, for a thing to have a non-intentional teleofunction, it must be a member of a lineage. That is, it must be a reproduction of prior things of the same kind, and ancestors of the thing must have brought about some effect that accounted for their proliferation. Examples: eyes have the teleofunction of seeing because eyes are part of a lineage of eyes, and ancestral eyes proliferated because they enhance the reproduction of eye-bearing animals in virtue of enabling those animals to see. Okay. So now we can kind of bring this around and try it on for an analysis of ideology. We get something like this. Ideological beliefs are for promoting domination. To count as ideological, a belief must be part of a lineage of beliefs that proliferated because they promoted domination. A belief can be ideological even if it does not currently produce oppression. The ideologicity of beliefs lies in their history rather than in their current effects. And finally, at least on this list, one could go on, ideologicity is not a psychological attribute of beliefs. It exists independently of one's motives and cannot be detected by introspection or other psychological means. So ideologicity is a function of the historical genealogy of a set of beliefs or representations, rather than the psychology of the individual who holds them. Okay, so on this account, can we say that there is an ideology of Trumpism? Absolutely. And this is really nicely put, I think better than I ever could, from this article by the philosopher Justin Smith. Putin, Merkel, and Trump are all empty vessels into which the blind forces of history have flowed. None of these leaders chose the forces they have come to embody. Trump doesn't even understand the currents he has been channeling. So, now to return to the first point, Trump's rhetoric, I want to present to you a picture of Trump's rhetoric as that which helps ignite ideology. That is, remember in the analysis, if ideology is seen as having a teleo function rather than a causal function, it can remain latent. There are going to be certain ecological circumstances that might activate it or augment it, fan its flames. And I think the rhetoric serves this purpose. So the rhetoric kind of animates the ideology. And I want to thank Argyle Klopnik for that wonderful cartoon that I started with. Thank you. As I always say, I'm happy to provide unsatisfactory responses to questions.
I'm happy to provide unsatisfactory questions, so we're on the same page. So you began with a comparison to Hitler.
Yeah.
Now, there's something called Godwin's Law that, people shouldn't do that. I'm wondering if you got any pushback. You said it was right off the bat when you announced this campaign.
It's funny. I did initially, and I really didn't like the promiscuous invocation of Godwin's Law. There are substantive and non-substantive comparisons between Trump and Hitler. And what worried me was that there were and are some really substantive comparisons. Notice how the invocation of Godwin's Law has virtually disappeared now. It's not uncommon now to refer to Trump as a fascist and like Hitler or like Mussolini.
Another question I had was, did you look at the difference between causal and teleofunctional before Trump? I mean, did you look at it with...
Yes. So, like,
in politics, I mean.
Not in politics, no. I mean, Millikan is like my favorite living philosopher. And actually, this work came out of work I did on the paradoxes of self-deception, in which I drew on this distinction.
I won't be able to pronounce this name, but maybe you can.
Let's see.
I'll let you read the question.
I can't pronounce it either.
Okay.
I don't know who it is.
Okay.
What do you think of well-known philosophers like Daniel Bonavac who support Trump? Oh, yeah, that guy who support Trump.
Or Slavoj Žižek, like we talked about.
Yeah, well, I mean... I normally say things like this, smoke anything you want as long as you don't hurt anybody, but in this case, the second clause doesn't apply.
Sure. Isn't it too charitable to suggest Trump, this is from the audience, to suggest Trump does not understand the ideology he stands for, especially regarding anti-Semitism?
Well, it might be. And I don't think we have to go that far. All I'm saying here, and in a sense, to some degree, I'm using Trump as a stooge to elaborate a conception of ideology, which I think is important, is that Trump's views on various things don't have to cohere in order for him to embody an ideology, in order for his discourse to embody an ideology, and in order for his supporters to be ideological. Right? So, so we wouldn't have to make that assertion, in fact.
Is ideology always for domination from the audience?
That's a definitional issue. So, again, if you look at the literature, there are lots of different conceptions of what ideology is. Some conceptions, ideology just reduces to political speech. Some conceptions, it's just, like a Weltanschauung, a vision of the world. So, no, it doesn't have to. It depends upon which of these conceptions of ideology you choose to embrace. And to my mind, the conception that you choose to embrace should be pragmatically driven, which is going to give us the best bang for the buck with respect to the sorts of problems that we want to engage with.
This is from me. Sorry, but what was it? The Moni Carl.
Yeah.
Right. So you said depression, paranoia, and salvation. Now I feel like the other end of the political spectrum right now, since Trump's election, is feeling at least depressed and paranoid. And do you think that this can be exploited by the left?
Well, actually, Bernie Sanders used the same sort of pattern, but the departure from reality was not like the departure from reality that we have in Trump. It's a very common form of rhetorical persuasion. Actually, Moni Carl says that if you want simply to demoralize people, you leave off the salvation. So that perhaps aptly describes the circumstances of the Democratic Party. Yeah.
Yeah. They're not. Yeah, they have no savior right now.
Yeah.
And isn't the Moni Carlisle? This is from the audience again. Credit where credit is due. Isn't the Moni Carl pattern very common among philosophy professors and also salespeople?
There's a difference. Yeah, there is difference. Salespeople are far more skilled rhetorically than philosophy professors generally. I don't know about philosophy professors. I'm not often moved by philosophical rhetoric. Salespeople, certainly. And, I like to say, and sometimes I get some flack for this, I think that Trump actually has incredibly high social intelligence. He has a salesman's instinct for what moves people. I think a lot of this stuff is not worked out, not deliberately. He just has a gut sense of what to do. So salesperson, I would put politicians generally in the category of salespeople. By the way.
Great. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
So we now have a luxurious 30-minute break. So there's refreshments in the hallway and there's restrooms behind this wall. You can get it around either way. We'll see you back at 2:30.
Henry Walgrave Stewart Professor of Philosophy at Stanford University, Director of the Interdisciplinary Symbolic Systems Program, and he is the co-host and co-creator with John Perry of the radio program Philosophy Talk and current president of the Pacific Division of the APA. His talk is called Trump, Illegitimacy, and Resistance.
Okay, so this talk, is this on? Yeah. It's in progress. It was in progress as I was on the plane. It was in progress as I was walking over here from the hotel. So there aren't any slides or notes to myself. People don't like the comparison of Trump to Hitler, and I don't think Trump is Hitler. I think he's more like Mussolini. But I do think we are in a moment of crisis. I'm going to start and end this talk with a question. Well, I'm going to start with a question, and by the end, I want you to think about your answer to my question. It's a particularly American thing, but I do want to make a comparison to a historical moment. What would you have done? What would you have done in 1933? Where would you have stood? Would you have said to all those who were gripped with terror at his rising, you know who I'm talking about, that they should not give in to panic, but should give the man a chance? Would you have thought to yourself, how bad can it be, really? The Reichstag will check him. Vice Chancellor von Papen will be the puppet master behind the scenes. Von Neurath will be the voice of reason in foreign affairs. Would you have convinced yourself that he couldn't possibly have meant all that he said? That the worst of it was merely for show or to play on people's emotions? Would you have sat on the sidelines, adopting the stance of a mere spectator, devoid of political agency? Now, this may be our 1933 moment. It may be. We should not, if it is, we should not repeat the mistakes of the past. So I'm going to give you some reasons for thinking this may be our 1933 moment. This is a bleak talk, but I think it's a bleak moment. Okay, so I think we have a threefold crisis of democratic legitimacy. Threefold. First, there's the fact that Trump lacks what I call popular legitimacy. How do you get popular legitimacy in a democracy? Typically through a plebiscite of the people at large, considered as free and equal citizens, participating in free and fair elections, right, in an open deliberative process. Well, we did have a plebiscite of the people. Now, our Constitution is really peculiar for a democratic constitution because the president is not chosen by a plebiscite of the people. Indeed, you don't even have a federally guaranteed right to vote in a federal election, in an election for the president. States have electors. The Constitution gives to states complete discretion as to how to choose those electors. It wasn't until South Carolina was readmitted to the Union in the 1870s, I can't remember what year, that all states even held within the state a plebiscite to choose their electors. They were appointed in various ways by the legislature, and all, but because the Constitution gives to states the right to decide the means, and eventually states said, okay, we'll have a plebiscite. Eventually all states said, we'll have a plebiscite. So we have an accidental fact. Because we hold this plebiscite simultaneously, and because all states hold them, we have an accidental national plebiscite. But that accidental national plebiscite, it does measure something, I claim. It measures, imperfectly, very imperfectly, the will of the people in a way that would confer, if it were allowed to do this, popular legitimacy. The Electoral College was not designed and does not function, was never intended to confer popular legitimacy. Right? The Electoral College was actually meant to be a check, a counterpoise to the will of the people. That's why it's structured as it's structured. We can go into the reasons why they chose that. It was basically about the southern states and slavery. At the Constitutional Convention, the first alternative for choosing the president, not the legislature, not the Senate or the House, was the popular vote. But because the South did not have widespread suffrage, they were like, hell no, because nobody can vote. Well, why couldn't anybody vote? Well, because most of those people were propertyless, and many of them were property, right? And the South said, well, if we chose this we'll lose. And they had already decided that slaves count 3/5 of a person for the purposes of apportioning the legislature. They'd already decided that. And when they got to the president, they made a compromise. They said, okay, we've got this other mechanism. We'll have a electoral vote, and the electors will be apportioned in just the way that the House plus the Senate is. And see, you guys won't come out. And this got immediate benefits for the South. Immediate benefits. Okay. So the Electoral College does not, this drives me crazy. People say, but the people chose Trump. Is this true or false? The people chose Trump in a free and fair election. No, the people. I'm not saying some people, the people as a corporate body. The election is not designed to measure the people as a corporate body. So it's false that Trump was chosen by the people as a corporate body. It's just false. The media, everybody in the media, stop saying that. Stop allowing Trump saying, the people have spoken. Right? The people spoke sort of in this thing that's the popular vote, but it has no standing officially. That's unfortunate. Mostly we don't care about that because mostly the popular vote and the electoral vote converge, mostly in our history. Did you know this fact? What's the smallest popular vote you could win and still win the presidency? Take a guess. 23%. Easy to calculate. You could win the votes of 23% of Americans in a two-way contest and still win the presidency. Would the people have spoken? The Electoral College is an anti-democratic abomination that's a vestige of slavery. It does not confer popular legitimacy. Okay, so we got a problem. The press says, that's no problem. Now, Donald Trump knows we have a problem here. He's obsessed with this because I haven't heard the word mentioned, but he is a clinical narcissist. I don't think there's any debate about that among mental health professionals. They won't say this because they won't say this without examining him. Except the guy at Johns Hopkins just said he's not a malignant narcissist, which is worse than narcissistic personality disorder. I don't think there's any doubt about it. Ask any clinician, psychotherapist that you know, off the record. What do they think? Right? But one of the things he wants is adulation. So the lack of adulation is driving him crazy. Now the press, God bless their lazy souls. I don't really want to dump on you guys, but I'm going to a lot. The press, God bless their lazy souls. I heard Chuck Todd and one of the CNN guys, I can't remember which one it was. They were talking about Trump's obsession with the popular vote, and they said it's silly. Why can't he get over this silly issue of the popular vote? That's saying, why can't he get over this silly issue that he's president without endorsement of the will of the people in a democracy? That is the stupidest thing that the press could possibly say. Rachel Maddow, when this happened, said, this is going to be the story. Because she said, I think this should be the story, the mismatch between the popular will and the outcome of the election. But she said, everybody in Washington is saying this isn't a conversation worth having, right? Okay, first crisis of legitimacy. We have a president who lacks popular endorsement in a so-called democracy. That's all right, you might say, because he did not usurp power. We have a constitutionally sanctioned procedure, and we endorse that constitution, and we've lived with that procedure through our whole history, and that procedure gave him, on the basis of our votes, counted in a weighted way, the presidency. So he enjoys, let's call it formal legitimacy. He enjoys formal legitimacy without popular legitimacy. That's a problem, but it's happened before and we survived it. But then wait a minute. But even this procedure, was it not interfered with? And we hear about the Russians, and we think about the FBI, and we think about the role of the media again in gleefully reporting on all these WikiLeaks as if this was the most important thing, right? And if that did not shape public opinion, I don't know. You'd have to live in a bubble to not have the interference, the malfeasance, and the laziness of the media, right, contribute in a illegitimate sort of way. You say, well, but people like to say, wait a minute, that's not such a crisis, because Trump probably would have won without all that stuff. Well, I don't know if that counterfactual is true, but even if that's true, imagine an NBA game in which the referees are on the take. And every call they make goes in favor of side A and against side B. But side A is better than side B, and even without those calls, those biased calls, side A would have won. Okay, but now you discover that the referees were on the take, and they refused to call a foul against X, and they, and all that. Was that a free and fair game? So, well, they would have won. Free and fair is not about, and not only that, an election, we send election monitors all over the world. And we want an election not just to be free and fair, but certifiably free and fair. And this was not a certifiably free and fair election. Trump knows this. His people know. That's why they're so worried. That's why they're so worried internally. That's why Trump stays up at night, because he fears his legitimacy in the eyes of the people cannot be defended. He thinks maybe it can, but he fears that it can't. Right? He fears that the press, he fears that the opposition will play on this. Well, he's right to fear it. And the people who say, well, what's that silly? They don't understand what democracy and free and fair elections are about. Okay, then there's a third crisis. It gets worse. So we have a clear crisis of popular legitimacy. We have a worrisome crisis of formal or procedural legitimacy. And then we have a president, because of his nature, engages in what may be construed as delegitimizing acts, right? I don't think there's a serious constitutional scholar who understands the emoluments clause, who thinks that Trump isn't in violation of it. He may well be in violation of the Constitution that empowers him in the first place. And every day, he magnifies this, right? Not only is he possibly in violation of the Constitution, he may be indifferent to the constraints of the law, and he's certainly indifferent to non-constitutional, non-legal constraints that are nonetheless important, even if optional, because they keep trust between us, the people, and the power. I fear that Trump is running a kind of massive confidence game. He's going to think his basic business model is to sell his name around the world, to put his name on things. One of the reasons, I couldn't believe this wasn't more widely reported. One of the reasons that they couldn't bear, to put all of his assets in a blind trust. They were worried about a fire sale, but they also said, this is quoted, but we're talking about the brand of the President of the United States. Basically, why should we let somebody else profit from that brand, right? This is set up to be possibly the most transgressive and corrupt government in American history. I should probably take the possibly out, right? So look, folks, we are in a bleak situation. America, a democracy such as it is possibly on the verge of utter collapse. Okay, so it's a bleak situation. Okay, so that's the situation. I could say more. Three urgent questions from this that arise from this threefold crisis. These are questions for the three Ps. the people, the politicians, and the press. 3 urgent questions. Question 1, what degree of deference, obedience, cooperation, etc. do the people at large, in their role as free and equal citizens, owe to this thrice illegitimate government? What do we owe to this possibly, well, I don't think it's possibly, to this problematically legitimate government? What do we owe? For the press, in what terms should the press report upon, narrate, and explain our current national moment? Question 3, how should members of the political class, whether in government, whether in the governing party or the opposition party, whether office holders or those who serve office holders, how should they relate to the president and to the citizens at large in this moment of crisis? Okay, those are the questions I want to think about for the rest of this talk. I mean, I have lots of things, more things that I could possibly say, more on my mind than I could possibly say in this short talk. I'm going to say a few things. I'm going to start by distinguishing 2 brands of politics. What I call ordinary oppositional politics, that's what democracy is about. Right? It's the contest over who gets what, who pays what, right? What do we do for whom? Right? That's democracy. It's noisy, it's messy, it's hard, it's exhausting. One of the things that has brought us to this moment, I believe, is something foreseen by Plato. Plato didn't think much of democracy, right? He didn't think much of democracy for lots of reasons. Mostly he didn't think much of the hoi polloi, right, in their capacity for self-governance. I don't share that. But I do believe he saw something correct about democracy. It is really hard, and it contains within it, and its difficulty, its noisiness, its messiness, contains within it the seeds of its own doing. Because democracy, especially a democracy like ours, and what do I mean by a democracy like ours? It is very difficult, partly because of, you could call it the wisdom of the founders or the folly of the founders. It is very difficult to translate the will of the people into government policy. You could have huge majorities in favor of single-payer health care, right? Huge majorities of the citizens at large. And because of the way political power is distributed, it is extraordinarily difficult to translate that will into actual policy. I'll ask you a question, see if you know this. What percentage of the US population to the 25 smallest states that elect half of the Senate, what percentage of the US population do they contain? 16. 16% of the US population, largely rural states, elects half of the Senate. It takes, for ordinary business, 60 votes in the Senate to get it. How can a majority translate its will into policy if you have a Senate? That works like that. Now, the founders did this because they knew that without this compromise, this union would not exist. It just would not, because the slave-holding states would have been subject to the free states. And they had such disparate economies, and they at first wanted to be separate nations. The Articles of Confederation was more like a treaty. It wasn't a foundation of a government. It wasn't the foundation of a polity. So they started out, and actually lots of people predicted, enemies of America, the Brits predicted, these Americans, they're going to form 13 separate warring states. They're going to be diminished, and we'll get them back. We'll surrender now, but we'll get them back because they don't have any future. They're going to be worse off than Europe, right? That was their bet. And that's the direction in which the U.S. started, to be worse off than Europe. You know, states at each other's throats. They had a common enemy. They wanted to escape, but they were so disparate in their economics, and they were just so disparate. So they couldn't envision a shared government. They signed the Articles of Confederation. The economy tanked. They said, "Oh, got to do something about this." The divisions were still there. And you could say the brilliance of these people was that they held this thing together despite these divisions. But I actually think we way overestimate their brilliance because it lasted for 85 years and it came crashing down because of the design of the Constitution, which made it so hard to do politics. In particular, politics could not eliminate slavery. Politics, it was impossible under our Constitution for mere ordinary oppositional democratic politics to work against slavery. And so when slavery had to end, it was only going to come to a crashing of blows and a dissolution of the Union. That's how smart they were. That's how brilliant they were. And we still live with that. We still live with that structure, and that structure gave us Trump in opposition to the will of the people at large. Not that the will of the people wasn't divided and fragmented, I won't deny that, but to the extent that we took a measure of the will of the people, it said no to Trump. It said a kind of resounding no to Trump. Okay, so what do? You know, we have certain constitutionally guaranteed rights, even in this situation. Whether Trump will respect those is an open question. I just saw over my iPhone flash 100,000 visas have been revoked as a consequence of this probably unlawful order. 100,000. How many of you are here on student visas from any of those countries in this room? I mean, many of these visa holders are our students, right? We have students at Stanford who are abroad, and the university is in a panic trying to find out to get them home, and they sent out this letter telling students, and they go abroad for like field work and all this sort of stuff, and to visit families. The university is in a panic, sent out this letter saying, if you are one of these visa holders and you have travel planned, rethink your travel plans, because we have no idea, right? Okay, we have rights. We can protest, we can assemble, we can write, we can speak, we can petition the government for the redress of grievance. We ought to do those things. Will it be sufficient? Imagine you were in 1933. Would that have been sufficient? Now, it may be that we're not in a 1933 moment, right? If you were in this moment in 1933 and you guessed wrong and you decided you were going to assassinate him, and it turned out he was just an ordinary anti-Semite of the sort that Germany had known for a long time and could live with. If you guessed wrong, you would have been guilty of a terrible crime. A terrible crime, right? That's moral luck. Life is fraught with contingency. So I'm not telling you that I know, right? So I'm not raising the question of whether I raise the question of whether ordinary politics is sufficient, not as like, of course it's not. Right, and I'm not urging you to resistance, possibly revolutionary resistance, with certainty that it's what's called for. Life is not that simple. Because when it's certain that that's what's called for, it's already there. It's already there. The Gestapo has already come, right? And the moment when resistance would have been the most effective has gone, right? So it's a hard thing. It's a hard thing, this possible collapse of democracy, because it's only a possible collapse of democracy. Now think about this too. Okay, we have this Constitution, and Trump seems to be in violation of it. You, just qua citizen, have no standing, I gather, to sue him in court for this violation of the Constitution. If you were running a business as we were competing with his, and you lost out because of his violation of the Monument Clause, it seems like you would clearly have standing. This citizens' interest group may or may not have standing. I've heard lawyers debating this. They say it's offensive. 2 minutes left? Yeah. Oh, my. Oh, okay. Okay. So I'll talk briefly about the press and the political class. The press has a business model. You may have noticed this. The press is an access business model. They need access to the corridors of power. And their role, they think, is basically, this is especially true of the broadcast press, less true of print media, but it's also to some extent true. Their role is to be the color commentator on the passing show. Trump is doing this, Trump is doing that, intrigue behind the scene. When they say, my sources say, listen closely. There's delight in their voice when they say, my sources say. What is that different? That's different from, they are not narrating the world. They are not narrating us in relationship to this government. Think about the refugee crisis. How many times have you seen a refugee camp on broadcast news? How many times have you seen what this like? How many times have you been taken through I was in Israel. I went to Gaza. We went to the border between Gaza and Israel. They took us on a tour of the crossing. Oh God, it's such a frightening place. See up close what's involved in enforcing Israel's policies against Gaza, right? And then think about the abstract issues. How many times has the UN High Commission on Refugees been mentioned in our coverage? How many times has the World War II and its aftermath been mentioned as a reason for? How many times has the size of the migration problem that the world faces, the ever-growing migration crisis, not just refugees, but climate, all sorts of things. How many times has that been mentioned on the news? Hardly at all. But you can't think about this intelligently without that backdrop. You're just manipulated around. The press, if it wants to be a people's press, has to narrate the world and our relationship to it and narrate our relationship to our government and not just be color commentators. And in this possibly revolutionary moment, it's even more urgent. Otherwise, they're just collaborators. Same for the political class. This is the last thing I'll mention. Two chances. You could say, von Papen, I'm fascinated with World War II. I've become obsessed with it in recent years, before Trump, but I've become obsessed because it's such a disaster. It's this post-Enlightenment disaster, and I think it gives a lie to many of the dreams. I'm writing all this stuff that comes from my fascination with the 20th century and its nightmares, right? But von Papen thought, oh, Hitler's a little puppet. Well, right, that's what many Germans thought. Many German Jews thought, Hitler's just an ordinary anti-Semite. We know his kind. Many German Jews voted for him, right? Because we know his kind. We can deal with him. And there's that impulse in us. Okay, the political class. The Republicans think they know what Donald Trump is. They fully know, but they think either they're overestimating themselves or underestimating him. The Democrats know what Donald Trump is, but they're playing for the next election. They're getting more and more frightened, right? And we're helping them, right? That wonderful march, their phone banks being flooded, right? If this is to be resisted, it's got to be all hands on deck. We have to have a collective agreement that normal politics is over, right? Now that's a hard agreement to reach, but only an extraordinary politics of determined resistance, if it's our 1933 moment. And that's an if, I don't know. But if it is our 1933 moment, only an extraordinary politics of determined resistance will have any hope of being sufficient to the moment. That's really discomforting, right? You could lead yourself to death, to committing unspeakable acts that are wrong out of your hubris. So this is a moment in which America needs to take extreme stock, right? We as academics who have voices and pens, we need to lift those voices, use those pens. Okay, so what would you have done in 1933? Where would you have stood? Okay, that's the end.
All right. Thank you. I didn't take it personally at all. We had head of UNHCR on our show today, in fact. So, there. So, in terms of if this were the 1933 moment and you were looking at the press, would you expect us to be more alarmist? I mean, or wouldn't that delegitimize what the press is intended to do?
The press is in a complicated situation. Look, there are millions of people out there who voted for Trump, some of whom knowing what they were getting, some of whom hoping that they were getting some of whom had hopes and fears and balanced on the side of hope, right? Some of them, despite those fears, kind of plunged in. And then there are all those people who voted against Trump. And it's true that the press wants to be the neutral arbiter in a way, but the truth matters. And an adequate narration of the backdrop matters. So when a Trump surrogate says, well, the people have spoken, I've heard that many times, and the interviewers just move on. Well, the people actually, they spoke in a really complicated way. Look, if Donald Trump were a different person and deeply committed to democracy and the norms of democracy, and not just to himself and his own self-aggrandizement, faced with this, you can imagine a person faced with this would have a kind of humility and grace and an attempt to reconcile and not rub the fact of his victory in the, you can imagine a different politician who saw this not just as a moment of their victory, but as a moment of rupture for a country that he loved, right? And let us find out, and the press's role should be to help us find out whether Trump and his minions are those people or not, right? So let's see who you are. Let's see who you are, Kellyanne Conway. I'm not going to let you get away with saying the American people have spoken.
My final question for you, just in the interest of time, is you've questioned aspects of the Constitution, and you've also pointed to the Constitution as a way of keeping a check on Trump. So I'm wondering...
Yeah, our Constitution is very flawed document because of its history. And I will say this was in my notes. We have the most infantilizing Constitution of any representative form of government imaginable. What do I mean by that? Because the founders saw basically the people as all id and no superego, they thought, well, we had to provide this external superego, this elaborate systems of checks and balances. Notice there's two places. The Constitution protects individual liberties, so lets the people do their thing. But in terms of translating the will of the people into policy, it's very, very hard. The only place where the people in the Constitution have a direct input is into the House of Representatives, right? Not in an election and then there's all this federalism and states and the worshiping of states. If you're a citizen and you're looking at this and you're looking at the possibilities of political action, the Constitution does not invite you to be a mature political agent. Right? I mean, in some states, for example, you can mount a recall petition. You can get things on the ballot. In parliamentary forms of government, you can have a no confidence vote, right? And these can all be initiated by the people at large. There's nothing in our Constitution views the people, except for the House but even the House is weird because 1929. Not by constitutional amendment, but by legislative fiat, they decided to cap the size of the House. Right? Which means as the population has grown, the House has gotten less and less representative, right? And because we're guaranteed to each state at least one House, the voting power of people in California is triply insulted. So it's an infantilizing constitution. And it's partly that by design. Now, look, I think a constitution fosters what I call a political ethos. And our Constitution is not designed to foster an ethos of broad-scale participation. That's why so few people vote. There are artificial barriers to voting, but it's built into our Constitution that your vote, it's hard for your vote to matter, so the rationality of your voting gets diminished. So it's a terrible... Jefferson knew why we got the Constitution that we got, because it was of the moment, right? He wrote that the Constitution should be have a sunset date. Every 19 years it should expire, lest the future generations be slave to the past generation. He was very serious about that, but that wasn't allowed to happen because of slavery, because the South was committed to slavery then, now, forever, in the future. When they seceded from the Union, they wrote into their Constitution that slavery could not be abolished. We didn't write that into our Constitution, but we made it almost impossible through the constitutional procedure to abolish slavery. And it was only abolished when the South was defeated and laid prostrate and didn't have any vote in the whole matter. So, yes, it's an infantilizing Constitution. It does protect individual liberties, but basically it says to the people, you're not mature agency. And this... Last thing. There is another document that I wanted to mention that's not like the positive law or the Constitution. It's the Declaration of Independence. And I say that if we, the people, decide that this is a moment of revolutionary politics, we should draw our inspiration from the Declaration, which says something like governments are instituted among men for certain purposes with the consent of the government, and when they fail to meet those purposes, it's the right of the people to alter or abolish them, basically by whatever means necessary. But then it goes on to say you should use great prudence. Okay.
Next, I'd like to welcome Claire Finkelstein. She is the Algernon Biddle Professor of Law and Professor of Philosophy and Director of the Center for Ethics and the Rule of Law. Her talk is called The Imperial Presidency, the Trump Administration, and the Rule of Law. Sorry I wasn't able to get audience questions that go around. It was in the interest of time. Yeah, and we got a final discussion coming up. So.
So I'm Claire Finkelstein, and in addition to being a law professor here and with a secondary appointment in the philosophy department, I 4 years ago started a center called Center for Ethics and the Rule of Law. And one of the things that we've been looking at extensively in the last 4 years is the rise of executive power, the expansion of executive power. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. So in a scant 10 days in office, two challenges to the rule of law have emerged in a critical way with the Trump administration. First, the ongoing commitment to the expansion of executive authority and an imperial conception of the role of the president and the commander-in-chief. And second, an ethical corrosion that threatens to undo the softer, more interstitial nature of constraints on executive authority. While these two threats to the rule of law may appear to be disconnected, in fact, I'll suggest they're deeply intertwined. So the imperial presidency, if some of you may remember, was a term coined by Arthur Schlesinger in his well-known book, The Imperial Presidency. It was, as he presented it, a warning about the increasing power of the executive branches over 30 years ago. What Schlesinger didn't know is that the times that he was describing and that he was concerned about were times of relatively constrained executive power. Since taking office on January 20th, President Trump has demonstrated his commitment to the imperial presidency through the issuance of 18 controversial executive orders, the choice of highly ideological and often underqualified cabinet picks and advisors, and numerous statements, tweets, and personal interactions of a defiant and unconstrained nature. He has also rejected constraints on presidential authority traditionally wielded by Congress, as well as defied traditions and conventions of diplomacy, both national and international, that have generally served as additional constraints on presidential autonomy. While the administration came into power with a clear substantive agenda, what most characterizes the administration's actions in the last 10 days as imperial is not its substantive commitments, disturbing as those may be to many of us, but its systematic attacks on all sources of restriction on its own authority, whatever that source: Congress, the judiciary, state and local government, the press, international norms, and the public at large. I want to take an approach to this that'll help put it in perspective, because this is not the beginning of the process of the expansion of executive authority. It did not start with this administration. As the reference to Schlesinger suggests, I accept that this has been a trend for a while. However, since 9/11, we've seen a much more dramatic expansion of executive authority, and I want to lay some of that out for you in detail. Okay. So the first thing to identify as the real driver of the expansion in executive authority post 9/11 is the introduction and defense of torture and cruel and degrading treatment in the interrogation of terror suspects by the Bush administration. I'm going to briefly talk about that, then go from there to the Obama administration, the targeted killing program, and try to explain to you how that has continued the process of the expansion of executive authority. Though it may be clear to many of you already, perhaps some of the details of how that works are not. And then finally, with the Trump administration, particularly in measures designed to halt foreign immigration and refugees. So what we see is that the measures that are oriented towards national security are very often the drivers of the expansion of executive power. So first, the interrogation and detention policies of the Bush administration, an era lasting from roughly 2002 to 2009. As I'm sure you're all aware, the Bush administration turned to torture in clear violation of U.S. federal and international law in the wake of the attacks on 9/11. In a memorandum from Bush to top administrators on February 7th, 2002, he wrote, "Pursuant to my authority as Commander-in-Chief and Chief Executive of the United States, and relying on the opinion of the Department of Justice, I hereby determine as follows. I accept the legal conclusion of the Department of Justice and determine that none of the provisions of Geneva apply to our conflict with Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan or elsewhere throughout the world because, among other reasons, Al-Qaeda is not a high contracting party to Geneva." In many ways, Cheney, Rumsfeld, and Addington were the authors of the torture program. But it's not at all clear why they did it. Is it that they believed that torture was really going to be so effective? Many, many years of CIA practice, the Kubark Manual, which had been in place since the 1970s, standard wisdom about the effectiveness of interrogation and the different methods that had been tried and eventually adopted, told them that it would not be effective and that it would be detrimental to national security in a variety of ways. So why did they adopt it? Well, according to Bart Gellman in his biography of Cheney entitled Angler, Cheney used every opportunity to consolidate power, especially through the torture program. Gellman quotes a senior White House aide as saying that Cheney's view of the presidency was monarchical. And that was, in effect, the vehicle that the torture program served. Senior leaders who were active at the time and in the military who opposed this program have told me that they view the expansion of executive authority as the primary way, as the primary purpose of the torture program. Again, this is not from people who were in the opposition at the time that this program occurred. how was it done? It was done by using the concept of unlawful combatancy immediately after 9/11 to avoid the strictures of both international and federal law. Distortions of law then began to occur when it appeared that the traditional law of armed conflict that would normally constrain our actions and constrain our programs in the gathering of intelligence were overridden and ignored. However, done according to a legal program, a supposedly legal program, in which an entirely new doctrine focused on the concept of unlawful combatancy came into play. Later, the use of this category became a necessity to avoid bringing detainees to Article III courts, and even sometimes to avoid extending the use of military commissions, trials and military commissions. When their treatment would become public knowledge and the evidence against them would be excluded as illegally obtained. So it was a legal system that built on itself and then had to be self-perpetuating, could not be corrected because of our own illegal actions at obtaining evidence that would be needed to bring these individuals to trial. Okay. So let's be clear what this program did. It damaged the rule of law because it introduced confusion into the law of armed conflict as well as into domestic national security law. It affirmed U.S. indifference regarding violations of international law. It seemed to confirm America's enemies and fueled criticism of the U.S. as biased against Islam. And most importantly for our purposes right now, it set a dangerous precedence regarding executive authority and the separation of powers. Okay. So the legacy of the torture program was an unprecedented expansion of executive branch authority. John Yoo, as many of you know, was one of the lawyers in the Office of Legal Counsel that Cheney and Rumsfeld and Addington drafted to engage in this rewrite of the law of armed conflict and our relationship to international law. He had, in 1996, a long time before any of this arose, written an article about the understanding of the commander-in-chief power, in which he argued that Cato had correctly concluded that in the realm of practical politics, the president's authority under the Constitution did not differ in important measures from that of the king. In terms of practical politics, the president would have the same authority as the British monarch to plunge the nation into war or lead it into peace. This was his understanding of the original intent behind the grant of executive power. All right. So with Obama in 2009, he signed an executive order to ban torture. And the program at that point ended abruptly. He recognized, as he said later, right before the Select Senate, the report from the Select Senate Intelligence Committee came out on the torture program, the CIA's torture program, that we tortured some folks, he said. We did some things that were contrary to our values. So there's the second critical element, the expansion of executive power and engagement in actions in the name of national security that is contrary to our values. However, what did he do about it? In 2009, he released a number of the Office of Legal Counsel memos, which were in the process of being leaked anyway, but nevertheless he released them. and suggested that it was his intention in releasing those memos to assure those who carried out their duties relying in good faith upon legal advice from the Department of Justice that they will not be subject to prosecution. So look at how the expansion of executive power not only took place but was justified. The folks who wanted to expand that power drafted lawyers who shared their point of view already, asked them to analyze the legality of the torture program, and in the justification for that program, they rewrote the law in a way that further expanded that power. And then you have the next administration coming in and saying, well, look, the folks who carried out this program relied in good faith on the Department of Justice memos. But those memos were a complete distortion of law to begin with. It's the driver for the expansion of executive power. So what is the counterweight to this process, right? We have the executive branch writing its own laws, evading sources of constraint, using national security as a grounds for continuing that process and for gaining public support for it, or at least avoiding public ire for it. What's the counterweight? Well, we don't have too many options, right? At least legally, we've got Congress and we've got the judiciary, outdated photo. Is there hope from either source? Well, before I answer that question, let's take a look at what happened in the targeted killing program and the role that the judiciary did or didn't play in constraining executive authority in this process. Okay. As you might recall, the urgency of looking at the law governing targeted killing arose with the case of Anwar al-Awlaki, who was a Muslim cleric, an American citizen from California living in Yemen, and his father got wind, Nasser al-Awlaki, that he was on the targeted killing list, otherwise known as the JPEL, or the Joint Prioritized Effects list, and filed for an injunction with the district court in the District of Columbia to show cause why his son was on the JPEL list and have him removed if cause could not be shown. He filed this petition under the Due Process Clause of the Fifth Amendment. What happened? The court, in rejecting the request for an injunction, said, to be sure, this court recognizes the somewhat unsettling nature of its conclusion that there are circumstances in which the executive's unilateral decision to kill a U.S. citizen overseas is, quote, constitutionally committed to the political branches and judicially unreviewable. But this case squarely presents such a circumstance. And went on to say that the political question doctrine required courts to engage in a case-by-case analysis and did not contain any carve-out for cases involving the constitutional rights of U.S. citizens. In other words, the District of Columbia District Court abdicated responsibility to address whether or not the constitutional rights of Anwar al-Awlaki were being violated with this provision. I would have vastly preferred that the court had taken jurisdiction of the case and decided that, in fact, Anwar al-Awlaki's constitutional rights were not being violated because this was a matter of national security and we don't want to be constraining presidential action or executive branch action in a case like this, because that would have retained jurisdiction and the rightful place of courts to act in circumstances involving national security. But by invoking the political questions doctrine, they set a very powerful precedent that said courts may not act under these circumstances. Now, this was not an accidental finding on the part of the District of Columbia District Court, because in fact, a white paper had been circulating, in which the White House had taken exactly the same position. So here we have a whole new administration, a whole new Office of Legal Counsel coming to the same set of conclusions. We have a memo saying that, quote, "It is well established that matters intimately related to foreign policy and national security are rarely proper subjects for judicial intervention, because such matters frequently turn on standards that defy judicial application or involve the exercise of a discretion demonstrably committed to the executive or legislature." Okay. In short, courts stay out, said the memo that was designed to justify the targeted killing of Anwar al-Awlaki. And elsewhere in this same memo, they say there will be no judicial cognizance over cases of this sort. Since when does the executive branch get to tell the judiciary what its jurisdiction is? What happened to separation of powers? Here we have such extensive growth of executive authority that both the executive branch and the courts think it's normal for the executive branch to decide what the jurisdiction of Article III courts is over individual constitutional rights. Why? Once again, national security. National security, national security, national security. Okay. Later, Obama started to get worried about this program and the lack of a legal framework, a consistent legal framework to govern it. Maybe he even started to notice that the very same concept of unlawful combatancy that had been doing the work for the torture program was now carrying an awful lot of weight for the targeted killing program, and it wasn't any more coherent under the Obama administration than it had been under the Bush administration. And suddenly in 2013, in a famous speech, there seemed to be a kind of turning point here where he said, from our use of drones to the detention of terror suspects, the decisions that we are making now will define the type of nation and world that we leave to our children. I'm so glad he noticed. And a lot of us were relieved. Now we're going to really get this sorted out. We're going to get a clear legal framework, and we're going to get rid of this specious use of the concept of unlawful combatancy, and we're going to stop using national security policy as a vehicle for expanding executive authority. Only it didn't happen. Unfortunately, that legal framework was never put in place. Now, the British Parliament seems to get this a little bit better than anyone in our system does, partly because the British Parliament is governed by international law, and the entire British system is subservient to international law in a way that we do not take ours to be. If I had more time, I would tell you all the things that Congress didn't do in addressing this, but I've only given you the snapshot of what the courts didn't do. But here's what the British Parliament did do in regard to a case that was very similar to the al-Awlaki case, a targeted killing that occurred a few years after al-Awlaki's, which involved a British national named Rayad Khan, who was killed in Syria. Parliament went nuts and issued a special report on this, in which it very much opposed the use of these techniques and the lack of legal framework to govern them. That's the critical part, whether you oppose or are in favor of targeted killing. It's the lack of the legal framework and the openness to executive authority that's the problem. and pointed out in this report that the UK's compliance with the rule of law is vitally important to its ability to influence other countries in its foreign policy and to be a force for good in the world. When meeting the challenges of countering terrorism in the new situation, the report went on, it is imperative that the UK complies with international law because it sends an important signal to the rest of the world about the importance of the international rule of law. At our best, we haven't realized that. So, the second major risk factor for the rule of law that I mentioned is the lack of ethical judgment and the personal ethical problems not only of Donald Trump, but of many of his advisors. And so let me run advisors and cabinet picks. So let me briefly lay that out and then explain how the two issues are related, the expansion of executive authority and the lack of personal ethics. The relationship between ethical judgment and the rule of law, in my view, is that ethical judgment helps to fill in the cracks and helps to stabilize the rule of law. So I liken it, I have this metaphor for describing this, which is that the rule of law without ethical judgment is like a drywall. And you need that judgment and the personal integrity of those who apply the law to sort of fill in the cracks and keep it stable, so that when we have a fully functioning personal ethical code and the integrity of the leaders who lead us in the political and the judicial realm, what we get is something much more stable, something like this. H.L.A. Hart, in his famous book, The Concept of Law, seems to have recognized this in identifying law as a shared social practice, in which he said that law has an internal aspect in view of its being more than just a set of articulated rules. Law is a widespread social practice which relies on the adherence of its members based on their acceptance of the law's dictates from the internal point of view. What does that require? Most critically, he said, that requires that the leaders, the political leaders, and those who are identified by a system's secondary rules as authorities in that system themselves accept the rules from the internal point of view. That's the critical connection between the concept of the rule of law and the personal integrity that is needed to carry out its dictates. The result is that government officials, we can say, should be watchdogs for the rule of law, and that means conforming their personal conduct to that law and accepting its dictates from the internal point of view. Their interpretations of law and their own conformity with them must make law worth revering, and their advice must enable others to see themselves as morally bound to follow the law. I should add, advice and personal decisions. Since the Bush administration, government lawyers, for example, have regarded the law as a tool for the accomplishment of governmental aims and purposes rather than as a constraint that officials are bound to follow. If the tool provides too blunt an instrument, they seem to think, toss it out and get a new one. Now, there's another analogy here that I like to suggest, which is the following. When you get in an airplane, one of the things, at least that always reassures me, is that the pilot is in the plane with me, and that the pilot under FAA rules has independent authority not to take off if he or she deems it unsafe to do so. That independence of judgment on the part of the pilot is recognized and understood to be a critical part of ensuring safety in commercial aviation. Well, we have something like that, I would suggest, for actors in the political system that needs to be in place for us to feel assured that the rule of law will be followed. Most critically these days, that involves the independence of the judiciary. I would tell you, though Congress has been very, very much in the limelight in recent weeks, the really critical thing to watch is the independence of the judiciary, which unfortunately has been under threat from all sorts of directions. And the current court vacancies, over 100 empty slots in the federal judiciary, which unfortunately Obama left us with, despite his best efforts to try to get them filled, his willingness to abide by the customary rules of Senate confirmation has left us with a very serious rule of law threat, namely that we don't have the separation of powers assured that we require. So my conclusion is how to protect the rule of law in the next 4 years and going forward. Instilling rule of law values requires that those who enforce the law also follow the law. The law itself must not be used to justify violations of law. When law is used to justify its own violation, the legal process itself must vindicate its own integrity. I do truly believe that law is self-correcting, but it's not self-enforcing. So we need to ensure the integrity and the independence of individuals who are in a position to enforce it so that it can self-correct. And finally, character and personal integrity must go hand in hand with adherence to legal norms. Otherwise, whatever compliance we manage to put in place will not last. Thank you.
Again, trying to be real quick, so I got one question for you. If the do you see at all a silver lining in the past since Trump's been elected, in that it has brought to the forefront the extent to which executive power exists, whereas when Obama was in office, it got maybe more of a pass from the press and from constituents?
I see a silver lining in the activism that's occurring, and I see a silver lining in the dreaded travel ban for that reason, because fortunately, President Trump is so overstepping the bounds of executive authority and legality, and doing it fast enough that it is bringing this issue to public consciousness very quickly. I think the press has been slow to figure this out, but now with the media frenzy that's going on, it's sort of feeding at the trough of dissent, and that may in fact have an impact. My worry is that it'll be too much construed as partisan politics, and rather than really understanding the trend here, which is why I highlight Obama's contribution to this.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Sorry. We'll have more later. Alex Guerrero is our next speaker. He's an associate professor of philosophy at Rutgers University. He works on a variety of topics in moral, legal, and political philosophy and epistemology. He created a free online open-to-all Coursera course called Revolutionary Ideas. Please welcome Alex Guerrero.
All right. Hi, everybody. So I want us to, can you hear me okay? Yeah, I want us to take a step back a little bit. So a lot of my remarks won't be Trump specific. I'm going to try to hold this with my broken hand. We'll see how that goes. So I want to talk in a little bit big picture way about institutions, about democracy, and about elections, because I actually think we have bigger background problems that make Trump possible that don't leave us, even if Trump does. All right. So the rough argument, first basic idea, Trump is a symptom, not a cause. Okay, so what's the cause? The cause of our division within the country and our desperation, both real and imagined, the kinds of things we worry about, is the relative insanity. Now that's a technical term I'll get to. The relative insanity of our electoral institutions. So my focus will be largely in thinking through what is this dimension of insanity that I think we get through our institutions. Next premise, there are saner alternatives to electoral institutions, namely what I call laudocratic institutions. So that's where people are chosen at random to serve on legislative bodies rather than through elections. And then the conclusion, we should maybe get rid of electoral institutions and replace them with laudocratic ones. Right, so that's a lot to cover in a short amount of time. I'm mostly going to focus on premise 2. A lot of my other work in other places gets at premise 3, so I'll talk about that, but just for a moment. Okay, so the politics of broken politics. You got Sanders, you got Trump. Very unusual electoral cycle, right? Two people, very different in many ways, very much on point with a certain kind of message. So two political scientists, Wendy Ron and Eric Oliver, did a study back during the primaries about what different people who supported different candidates thought, what mattered most to them. Trump and Sanders, alone among all the other candidates, stood out for the extent to which their supporters believed in what Ron and Oliver called anti-elitism, where that was measured in terms of agreement with statements like, it doesn't really matter who you vote for because the rich control both political parties. Politics usually boils down to a struggle between the people and the powerful, and things like the system is stacked against people like me. So both Trump and Sanders are really on message there. I don't think that's crazy. I think there's all kinds of things, and I have several slides pointing out basic underlying problems with our society where I think our political system, our government is failing us, and failing us in a way that people can appreciate, and that we are not doing enough to adequately respond to if we just focus on Trump and think that somehow there's a bunch of racists out there who pick Trump. So we've got increasing income inequality. Here's a really rough indicator of that. Massive increase in the ratio between CEO pay and worker pay over the last 35 years. You see continual increase in productivity, but not a similar increase in hourly compensation. You see racialized child poverty remaining a persistent problem throughout the last 40 years, right? So blacks and Latinos still have child poverty rates above 30%, right? That has basically been unchanged over that whole time period. You've got mass incarceration, right? A familiar story there. Invariant with crime rates. So at the same time, I've got a different chart showing crime going down, mass incarceration going up. You've got healthcare costs continuing to ascend without any benefits to outcomes in terms of healthcare. So here's a slide. We're along with Germany, the UK, Sweden, and Spain in terms of how much things cost, how much we're spending up until age 60, and then we're spending much more at the end of life, right? There's explanations there. Global warming, so that's a familiar problem. We're not addressing it. This interesting study from Ann Case and Angus Deaton about middle-aged white mortality. So here, that red line on top, decreasing, this is all-cause mortality for ages 45 to 54 for U.S. white non-Hispanics, U.S. Hispanics, and then France, Germany, the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and Sweden. U.S. white non-Hispanics, that USW line, no decrease over time in all-cause mortality for this middle-aged group. This study really highlights that it's of this kind of weird distinctive causes, right? So poisoning, suicide, and liver mortality. Poisoning, largely these cases of heroin and OxyContin and other kinds of addictions leading to arguably accidental overdoses, counting as poisoning. Dramatic increase over this time, right? So I, again, see this is just a symptom, right? Something's going on here. Something's not working for people. Okay, so why Trump? So I think it's a complex phenomenon. I don't think there's a single answer. We might, as an audience or as a country, largely disagree with Trump as the solution to these problems, right? So I think that might be a completely reasonable thing to think. But I'm wary of the kind of easy answers that people might point to that say it's just about racism or xenophobia, Islamophobia, or anti-Semitism. I think, again, the fact that so many people might embrace those kinds of views seem to me a kind of symptom, not addressing the underlying cause. So I think there are real problems, real desperation, in addition to maybe the imagined problems or the created problems. Okay. So what I want to focus on is what's going on with our institutions such that we're not solving these underlying problems. We're not actually having good government. Government isn't helping people in the right ways, and it seems like it's controlled by the elites, controlled by the rich, for their benefit, for their enrichment, right? So I want to introduce this idea of sanity as a value of institutions, where sanity has two dimensions here. First, appreciating or understanding or knowing the world as it is. And second, responding to the world in light of this appreciation. So the first of these is really, we might, as philosophers, talk about in terms of epistemic value. The second is really about agential value. Are the institutions steadfast in the right way? Can they bring about outcomes in response to their epistemic views about what the world is like? Right? So we might think of people in these terms. I think we should think about how our institutions are doing in these terms. Are they helping us respond to the world as it is? Okay, so I'm going to talk about 5 concerns about the sanity of electoral democracy. So first, public ignorance undermines meaningful electoral accountability, which is going to result in political capture, right? So I'll talk about that. Second, elections lead to an undue focus on the short term. Third, ignorance and electoral dynamics lead to manipulation through emotion and a focus on entertainment. So we get this kind of horse race politics. Elections exacerbate in-group, out-group thinking. And finally, elections lead to the selection of the socioeconomic elite as our political leaders, which I think has bad epistemic consequences, whatever we might think about the justice or equality or legitimacy of it. All right, so those are the 5 concerns I'm going to talk about. I think elections are the problem on some short level. Elections under the conditions that we find ourselves in, right? So there's going to be an obvious question, well, what's better? What's an alternative to the Churchillian point? Well, democracy is bad, except, it's the worst except for all the others. So I think one thing we should be doing as people, and especially maybe as philosophers, is thinking about what are the alternatives? What might we improve upon? But for now, I just want to focus on the diagnosis. So the first concern, this idea that ignorance undermines accountability, which results in capture. So electoral representative systems, we need representatives. We don't have time to do all the research to do a good job making policy. So we need somebody to help us. We're going to be, as the people, the principals, introducing agents on our behalf. So we're in a principal-agent problem. It's going to be a question of how we're going to make sure these people act on our behalf. So the solution is supposed to be electoral accountability, right? So if we have elections that are free and fair and open, if anybody can run for office, if they're relatively frequent, if they're competitive with real choice amongst the candidates, if they're fair with the votes counted equally, all of these things are supposed to be ways where we can then hold our elected officials accountable, right? So if they do things we don't like, we can vote them out of office. If we want them to be doing things that they're not, we can vote other people in. Right, so there might be plenty of problems with electoral systems in a place like the United States. There certainly are. So there's financial barriers to running for office. There's too much money in campaigns. There's intentionally implemented hurdles to keep people from registering and voting. And there's intentional competition reducing gerrymandering, right? So all those things undermine the real accountability of elected officials. But I think even if we address those things, there's a more fundamental problem that we can't address. That problem is widespread ignorance, right? So we just don't know enough about what our political officials are doing or whether it'd be good for us to hold them meaningfully accountable. So meaningful accountability on this requires that ordinary citizens are engaged in informed monitoring and evaluation of the decisions of their elected representatives. And this is thwarted by ignorance. So 3 relevant dimensions of ignorance we might think about. So one is conduct ignorance. What are our representatives doing? What are they up to? A lot of us have no idea. Many people can't even name who their representative is, right? That's a first start. Maybe we're getting better at that. But what are they doing in detail? How are they spending their time? Second, issue ignorance. Ignorance about political issues. That was the problem in the first place, right? That's why we needed elected officials. That's why we needed representatives. We don't know enough about the issues. You might know a little of something, but in terms of detailed policy with respect to agribusiness, regulation of financial instruments, insurance regulation, healthcare, it's just too much for any person to know very much about. Last, evaluative ignorance. Even if you knew what your representative was doing and knew something about the policy, it's still hard to know whether it'd be a good idea, whether this policy is actually going to be a good idea, solve our problems. All right, so well-known phenomenon in political science. Ignorance is pervasive. It's one of the best established things that political scientists have shown. So Larry Bartels says the political ignorance of the American voter is one of the best documented features of contemporary politics. John Fairjohn says nothing strikes the student of public opinion and democracy more forcefully than the paucity of information most people possess about politics. This isn't your fault, by the way. As Ken Taylor was mentioning, it's rational to remain ignorant in these ways. Your vote doesn't make enough of a difference for it to make sense for you to invest all the time it would take to become well educated about these different issues. Again, remember, that's why we wanted representatives. So we didn't have to do that. All right, the problem you see is if you've got ignorance, we don't know enough, then we're not going to get accountability, then we're going to get capture, and that's going to lead to results that are not sane, right? So the absence of meaningful accountability is going to lead to capture, By that, I just mean that the elected official will use his or her power to advance the interests of the elite rather than the interests of all of us. And capture is going to undermine sanity in this sense, because rather than responding to the world as it is, the institutions respond in ways that benefit those with the power to capture. All right, so you can imagine we're on one side of a brick wall, the representatives are on the other, the people with power can go to the other side and get them to do what they want. We're on this other side. We don't have enough in the way of accountability to know what they're really up to. A lot of empirical support by political scientists that capture is a problem, right? So Martin Gillen's may be the best on this. Affluence and Influence, his book came out in 2012, goes through this in a lot of detail, documents that we are getting political outcomes that would be consistent with this kind of capture hypothesis. A lot of other work there too. Okay, that's the first concern. Ignorance leads to undermining accountability, which leads to capture. Second concern, electoral incentives lead to an excessive focus on the short term. All right, so we have reason to think that most policy problems we encounter have these two features. They're complex and they're opaque in a certain way. So they're complex in that it takes a lot of information to know very much about what would be a solution to the problem, right? So they're not simple. It's not about deciding whether or not we think that first trimester fetuses should count as full moral persons or not, right? We might have some sense of what the relevant issues might be there. Much harder to say what would be the right legislation to put in place tomorrow to reform our healthcare system, right? Right, so that's one problem, complexity. A second, opacity. So whether elected representatives are or have actually acted or tried to act on our behalf is going to be opaque to us, right? So that's the problem we're talking about. Then you introduce this other dimension of problems having a long time horizon, such as climate change, right? So think of something where right now we can maybe notice it's a problem, but it's going to be very hard to know very much about, in particular, what's being done with respect to it and whether it's working. So political problems with long time horizons, where that means the problems are such that the adverse consequences of them will not be apparent in the near future, they're going to have these other features. It's going to be opaque whether we're solving them. It's going to be possible for people to deny the existence of the problem, be possible for people to suggest that some other solution is going to come in, and present costs will be salient, but future benefits won't be. So if we have these kinds of problems, we're not going to get elected officials doing the right thing by them because they're not going to get the right kind of credit in the short term, right? They won't have the right incentives. Okay, so they're not going to impose gas taxes, for instance, even if that would be the right thing to do for the sake of our descendants, or even for us 20 years from now. Okay, third concern. Ignorance and electoral dynamics lead to manipulation through emotion and a focus on entertainment. Okay, so certain issues, crime, war, terrorism, sort of easily and powerfully engage our emotions through our concerns about violence and safety. This is very basic stuff. So for these issues, it's really easy to manipulate us. Add in all the ignorance I've talked about. We don't know very much about crime policy. We don't know very much about national security. There's reasons that we can't know very much about national security, confidentiality, security. For those reasons, we're kind of in the dark. Makes it very easy to manipulate on these issues, right? Okay, so I've got Willie Horton here. That's propaganda against the Japanese during World War II, leading to the internment of Japanese during World War II, ISIS, right? These things can be broadcast on the news over and over again, and it's going to affect us. It's going to affect our judgment. So Drew Weston has his book, The Political Brain, The Role of Emotion in Deciding the Fate of the Nation. Many other political scientists have also highlighted this feature. It's not that emotion's all is bad, right? Emotion sometimes a very good indicator of what we should think about something. But in some of these cases, it's going to be massively distorting, and we're going to get policy results that are not sane by these other perspectives, right? We're going to spend far too much on, for example, military spending compared to other things, out of line with our values. So the big blue thing, right? This is discretionary spending of the federal budget. 2015, military is more than half of it, right? It doesn't line up with our priorities. Lots of other independent studies suggest, in fact, nobody thinks this is how much we should be spending the federal budget on military as opposed to health, housing, education, everything else. Okay, fourth concern. Electoral dynamics exacerbate in-group, out-group thinking. So, great new book, Christopher Aiken and Larry Bartels, Democracy for Realists, kind of depressing book, came out before the election. Nobody's going to be thinking like they're totally wrong after the election. The basic thesis of the book, or a significant chunk of the book, is that group attachments and social identities drive our thinking about politics, drive our sort of epistemic worldview. rather than the other way around, right? So we all like to think the reason I'm a liberal, the reason I'm a conservative, sat back dispassionately, assessed the evidence for all these different issues, and came to some conclusion about them. In fact, it's more like you at some point, often very early in your life, before you're even an adult, come to identify with one of the two parties, and then everything you come to think about the political world is filtered through that. So they established this in a lot of empirical detail. So we're ignorant. So elections then exacerbate the in-group, out-group dynamics. So we're ignorant, right? But it's very easy for it to follow the horse race. That's easy for us to pay attention to, and we get excited about it. We can come to have views about, is this person my kind of person or not, right? We can even be inspired by people, right? So it's easy to have informed views about the personality dimensions of a person, and then we come to think that's going to be enough for us to pick the person who's going to do us well when they get into political office, right? But it's also going to lead to this in-group, out-group thinking. That's what candidates are going to use. Once they think we're kind of on their side, they're going to distinguish themselves from the other side. And the evidence goes, we identify with a candidate or party as a sports team, as we might a sports team. It's going to have serious epistemic consequences. So we adopt whatever position our team adopts rather than considering the evidence. We antagonize the other side and make it impossible to hear their story, hear what they are saying about the world. Right, so this is where you get, and this has been intensified recently, by filtering evidence, experts, media consumption through this team-oriented lens, right? Everyone's familiar with this, right? But it's, I think, exacerbated by the electoral dynamics that create teams in this sense. Fifth concern. So elections lead to the selection of the socioeconomic elite, which has serious epistemic consequences. So you've got to be powerful, famous, of high social status, wealthy, at least a couple of those, for you to be a viable candidate for electoral office. So we shouldn't be surprised when we see that 53 of the 535 members of Congress have a net worth of over $7 million, right? 53, 10%, that's a lot of money, right? 130 of the 535 members have a net worth of over $2 million. 80% of them are male, 84% of them are white, more than half are lawyers or business people. That's who is in elected office. This is a nice little picture, which will be hard to read, of the 113th Congress, a recent Congress. The orange and green dots, those are lawyers and bankers. And then you can see the other tiny little occupations. So you've got like 2 social workers, 1 microbiologist, 1 legal secretary. These are the backgrounds of the people who are in office. So it's overwhelmingly dominated by people with certain kind of background. We might worry about this for all kinds of reasons of justice or equality or fairness. I think there's epistemic worries to this, right? So what it means, in part, is that the people in office are going to have different investigative and agential priorities, and they're going to have different background experiences and knowledge that they're bringing to what their task is at creating legal policy. Okay. So standpoint theory within philosophy, this idea that what one's able to see and understand and explain is partly a function of one's social position. So developed by Sandra Harding, Patricia Hill Collins, Nancy Hartsock, Jose Medina, Charles Mills. A lot of philosophers have been on this idea for a while. Part of the idea is that those who are oppressed often have to learn in much greater detail about their oppressors rather than the reverse, right? So James Baldwin, emblematic of this kind of idea, says, I've spent most of my life, after all, watching white people and outwitting them so that I might survive, right? So there's an asymmetry here, an asymmetry of knowledge. So if standpoint theory is onto something and we're selecting the elite to govern us, they're going to have no idea about all this other part of the world, right? That's going to be a limitation on their part. And if we combine these epistemic limitations with a disinclination or disinterest to the policy priorities, we're going to get both epistemic errors and agential ones. Even if we left that aside, even if we don't buy standpoint theory and this idea that the oppressed know more about the system in various ways than the oppressors, there's something epistemically limited about having a legislature where, now I've got a long list of people, you have people who have no firsthand knowledge of being an engineer, a police officer, a primary caretaker of children, a nurse, a construction worker, a waitress, a cashier, a plumber, social worker, truck driver, scientist, single parent, non-native English speaker, disabled person, working class person, openly gay person, you see the list. This isn't about identity politics. Maybe there's some justice claim to have representative distribution of all those people within Congress, maybe. Independent of that, we have epistemic worries, I think, when we have such a limited group of people making policy. All right. So, 5 questions. How can we address these various problems? A modest answer, I think, would be, and a more realistic one, a non-philosopher kind of answer would be, let's work on media. Let's work on how we talk about politics with each other. Let's work on the structure and financing of campaigns. I've got the immodest answer I'll give you the last few minutes here. Get rid of elections. I think elections are introducing a lot of the difficulty, right? We don't have the right kind of presence in the political system. So I talk about this under the heading of lotocracy, so lottery selection rather than election of political officials. It's gone by lots of different names. There's some historical precedent. There's a great book here by Oliver Dowling, if people are interested, on the political potential of sortition, but it really goes through a history of the use of random selection of people. So Aristotle and the Athenians thought that, if you want oligarchy, you use elections. If you want democracy, you use lottery selection, right? So that was their view. And I think there's reason to return to that. So I've got 2 long papers, or 1 long paper and a short paper and a book. You can get all these if you want. Feel free to email or Google. I go into a lot of detail there about how the system might work. Here I'm just going to give you a rough overview, right? There's not time. The 3 basic features of the lotocratic system, as I see it, first, rather than having a generalist legislature that did everything like Congress does, you'd have 25 to 30 single-issue legislatures, each one governing something like agriculture policy, immigration policy, education policy, transportation policy. You get the picture. So you'd have these different single-issue legislatures. They would be populated by random selection, people chosen at random amongst the adult citizens of the population. And then there'd be structure given around these institutions where they would hear from experts on various those specific policy issues, as well as stakeholders and activists, and become somewhat better informed about these issues, right? So they've actually used these institutions to reform election law and voting systems in British Columbia and Ontario, or they're trying to use them there. I can talk more about that, but that's the basic idea. I'm going to skip over some of the specific detail. So you'd get this kind of structure. There'd be an agenda setting phase, a learning phase, where people would sort of just hear from experts and learn about the issues. Then they would engage with their communities, talk to them about the issues, the different proposals they were thinking about. Then they would have a chance to deliberate, draft legislation, revise it, go back to the community, and then vote directly to enact legislation. So why might this be good? Right? So it addresses some of the ignorance problem. It takes people, any one of us, and sort of teaches you up about an issue so that you would become pretty well informed, definitely much better than the median voter is now, right? So that would give a bit of solution to the ignorance problem. Much harder to capture these randomly chosen people. You could pay them $500,000 a year to serve in these roles. If you did that, you could condition that payment on them not taking money from lobbyists. They don't have to campaign for re-election. You can insulate them in the way we insulate juries, quarantine them. Might be better on capture for those reasons. It addresses the short-term thinking. If they saw this is a good idea policy-wise, they don't have to worry about putting in something that's going to be a little bit unpopular in the short term, right? If we had the right trust in these kinds of institutions. So they can avoid the short-term thinking problem. Addresses the easy emotional manipulation problem, right? So people would talk and learn a lot about the issues. It wouldn't be all done in, 30-second sound bites here and there, or maybe a 3-minute news segment on the TV. You'd actually get months and months of thought and discussion behind these issues, right? That should help with some of the emotional manipulation. It's better with respect to the in-group, out-group problem. Rather than having a few political issues dominate and divide us, right, where we might largely agree we want to regulate Wall Street much more than we are, but we do disagree very fundamentally about abortion and gay rights, for example. Those issues then come to dominate, and it allows the elite to say, look, pay attention to that stuff over here while we set up things just as we'd like them over here. If you've got single-issue legislatures, you get rid of some of that problem, right? So agribusiness policy. If you have a group of randomly chosen citizens, you're going to get really different policy outcomes there. When was the last time you heard anything about agribusiness policy in the sort of national legislative discussion? You don't. It's better with respect to demographic and epistemic diversity. A randomly chosen group of people automatically gets that nice epistemic diversity. All walks of life, all careers, all religions, all races. All of those people would be in the room making decisions together. All right, so in conclusion, what does this have to do with Trump? So part of it is to try to imagine a democracy without elections. I think we have real difficulties in what our system is actually producing in terms of outcomes. That makes it much easier to sell a kind of populist narrative that's going to be very bad if we actually go that route. But I think part of it is because our fundamental institutions are not working nearly as well as they ought to be. A natural question, where's the executive on my story, right? So I think there's a strong case to be made against having an elected executive. So as Claire was just discussing, there's been a steady accumulation of power to the executive branch. Part of that, we can tell a very simple story. They draw all the media attention. They can set the agenda for everybody. If you're a single congressperson and don't want to go the way the president is or think some other issue needs the limelight, you don't have a way of making that happen. So the president has too much power, makes it easy for them. And our electoral process around presidential campaigns has all the worst elements of elections. Very short-termish, in-group, out-group thinking is super pronounced, a lot of emotional manipulation on both sides, massive background, limited knowledge and ignorance about the basic issues that should be driving the discussion. So I think this leads to concentration of political power and agenda-setting ability in one person, right? And that's a terrible idea for a lot of reasons, and it's certainly an undemocratic idea. Okay, I'll stop there.
Thank you, sir. One question from the audience, real quick, as we can, so we can keep this moving. Many of your arguments show how democracy is contextually dysfunctional, i.e., our economic, social, etc. system. What leads you to say that elections themselves, rather than the contextual factors, should be changed? And I guess that means, like, if we had better funded schools, if we had a different way of distributing income, would our electoral system work better?
Yes, great question. So I'm very committed to the idea that electoral systems, electoral representative systems could work under different conditions. So the basic problems I see are when you have massive ignorance. So we have very large-scale institutions like the federal government. People don't know enough about the issues to hold their representatives accountable. If you go much smaller scale where people might know a lot about the issues, should we fix the pothole on State and Maine, that becomes a much easier thing to have elected officials and hold them accountable. Also related to that, we have massive income inequality in our country, a lot of background injustice. If you move to a society in which those things are not nearly as pronounced, much easier to run electoral institutions on top of them without introducing a lot of the same problems, right? So if we all had exactly the same level of education and income, you don't get the electoral dynamics that just select the elite as a reliable matter. So I think under a lot of conditions, electoral systems might work better. And there's definitely an improvement, right? This is a progress story. I think one of the sad things is, political institutions are kind of technology. They're supposed to be there to help us accomplish things, make the world better in various ways, help solve some of the problems that we face together. Definitely an improvement. You see in 1800, there's maybe one or two democratic or electoral democratic systems. Now we've got 120, 130 countries that are mostly democratic. That's a clear advance, right, over autocratic systems. But what I don't get is why we would think, okay, we're at the end point. We've reached the pinnacle of political institution design, and we should just rest easy and think everything's working just fine, because I think pretty clearly it isn't.
All right. Thank you, sir.
So we'll take a break till 4:25, and then we have two more wonderful talks and a final discussion. So please, same refreshments are out there, refreshed refreshments. You can come back then. A new set of the same thing.
Well, I held on to all these. So.
Yeah, good, yeah.
Our next speaker is Lisa Meraki. Lisa Meraki is an assistant professor of philosophy at the University of Pennsylvania. Her research interests are mainly in philosophy of mind, philosophy of cognitive science, and epistemology. Her speech is called Liberals Own Up, Diagnosing Our Intellectual Role in Producing Post-Truth Politics.
Thank you. Yeah, this is working. Yeah, okay. So yeah, as John said, I'm mainly a philosopher of mind and a cognitive scientist, but recent political events have made me rethink the role of theory and what my role as a fairly abstract theorist should be in current events, especially when they're so pressing. So what I'm going to do today is a little bit different from any talk that I've ever given, but I think desperate times call for at least new measures. So what I want to do today, I think might surprise you a little bit. I want to spend my time as a liberal speaking to an audience that I assume consists mostly of liberals, talking about what our role has been in this mess, okay? I think it's crucial that we do this now, as we are gearing up for what will inevitably be a long fight. In particular, I think we had an important role to play in producing the so-called post-truth political arena that we now find ourselves in. And I think that until we resolve some of the underlying issues, we will not be able to effectively fight against it. I think we started making a big mistake a good while back, and we continue to make it, and it's coming home to roost. It stems from good efforts to reject the white, male, straight, affluent, Christian, Western worldview as authoritative, and replacing it with tolerance and respect for differing experiences, views, and cultures. The mistake is to think that instead of replacing it with a positive view of how to reason and what to do, we should instead reject the idea that there is any such thing. Instead, the liberal mainstream view is that claims about value are inherently subjective in some important way. Either they depend on cultural practices of the community or beliefs of an individual, or they are just expressions of preferences about what one likes or dislikes. That is, it's easy to think that these efforts against oppression require a rejection of what philosophers call epistemic and moral objectivism. Epistemic objectivism is the view that there are objective facts about when a belief is justified or rational, about how one should reason, about when one has knowledge. Moral objectivism is the view that there are objective facts about what is good and bad, right and wrong. By objective facts, I mean facts that do not depend on our believing them to be the case. So what's right or wrong doesn't depend on a group of people believing a certain practice to be right or wrong, for example. To say that there are objective epistemic facts is to say that there's a fact of the matter about how to reason correctly in many cases. And that what makes a way of reasoning correct is not that the person going through the reasoning or anyone else believes it to be correct or has certain standards of reasoning according to which it is correct. Instead, what makes a way of reasoning correct is determined by what it takes to get onto the facts. That's an objective matter. Similarly, to say that there are objective moral facts is to say that many actions are right or wrong, no matter what people believe or what moral codes they adhere to. Mainstream conservative ideology has long been committed to epistemic and moral objectivism. For example, it has been committed to the idea that the Bible is a good authority, not just on moral matters, but also on empirical matters, such as when the earth was created or whether human-caused global warming exists. It is also committed to the idea that certain actions are wrong, no matter what people think about them. The deep-seated anti-abortion movement on the right is perhaps one of the best, but by no means the only illustration of this commitment. Conservatives couldn't care less that liberals disagree with them on this issue. They think they have a compelling argument for the immorality of abortion, and that the gravity of this issue is so severe that it should be outlawed. The first thing I want to suggest to you today is that there's an important sense in which Trump is not post-truth. He has co-opted the mainstream conservative view that a good way of acquiring knowledge is to trust authority. An important aspect of the epistemology of trusting authority is the belief that it is rational to trust authority even if it doesn't personally make sense to you. This is how his supporters can both claim that he tells it like it is, okay, and that the media is misinterpreting his statements. For example, during the campaign, and I loved it that Liz Camp put up the same, had the same quote on the handout. Trump said at a rally in Wilmington, North Carolina, that Hillary wants to essentially abolish the Second Amendment. If she gets to pick her judges, nothing you can do, folks. Although the Second Amendment people, maybe there is. I don't know, right? We remember hearing this, right? Trump was, of course, immediately sharply criticized for encouraging violence. He and his supporters retorted that he meant to do no such thing, that the liberal media was distorting his words. Although I find alternate interpretations highly implausible, someone convinced that certain authorities are to be trusted and that Trump is such an authority certainly could. And here this connects up with Liz's great talk, because by using insinuation, Trump can doubly reinforce his authority, okay? So for those who wanted to hear what Trump said as inciting violence, okay, they could hear it, right? They're trusting him as an authority, and they are reinforcing what he wants to say about violence. For those who like Trump for other reasons but don't want to hear him as inciting violence, they can trust his statements afterwards when he says he meant no such thing. Okay. So I think he's co-opted a certain conservative epistemic standard, namely the idea that certain authorities are to be trusted on certain matters, even if you don't personally understand why they're correct. Okay. So Trump's crucial move has been, I think, not to challenge the idea of objective truth, but to insert himself as a central authority with special epistemic standing. It's not that his followers think that truth doesn't matter. They think that Trump's word is a better guide to the truth than the other evidence out there. Just as creationists think that the Bible's word is a better guide to the truth than the other evidence out there. The conservative epistemology was already in place. Trump's insertion of himself as an authority figure is in an important way only a minor adjustment to the conservative worldview. Trump's conservatism, of course, is still post-truth politics in the sense that clearly he's not trying to track the truth. He's clearly not concerned with the truth in what he says, but he is playing into a certain kind of objectivist epistemic, objectivist worldview. Okay. So, but I think that what makes his brand of post-truth politics stick, right, is that he is playing into this objectivist worldview. I think that's what makes it stick. The people who follow Trump think he's telling it like it is, not that he's saying whatever he wants. They accept and trust his authority. Okay. In contrast, the liberal worldview rejects both epistemic and moral objectivism. Liberals do have the beliefs that science, not the Bible, is a good guide to empirical facts, such as when the universe was created, or whether there is human-caused global warming. And they believe that women should have the right to abortion, that LGBTQ people should be protected from discrimination, and that the current policing and prison systems are racist and unjust. They believe all these things. But I don't think they're really convinced that these are objective facts, or that rationality can require us to accept them. This is evinced by the popular liberal distinction between facts and opinions. A quick internet search shows no shortage of videos and worksheets for children, many intended to be administered in schools, explaining that facts are true statements that can be proven, whereas opinions are just a person's thoughts and feelings. Opinions are understood as not about the facts. They're either not true or false, or they can't be proven in an objective way. There are two important points for our purposes here. First, as far as I can tell, no discussion of the distinction between fact and opinion in the liberal mainstream discussions includes any value claims on the fact side. No value claims whatsoever. Okay. Claims about shoulds or shouldn'ts, rights and wrongs only appear on the opinion side. Moral claims, then, are not the kinds of claims that we should think of as having objective status and that we can discover through rational argument. Okay, this is the first point. Second point, and more subtle, but I think equally important, is that the very notion of proof is itself a value term. Okay. What the people making this distinction mean by a proof is a good or decisive argument, one that rationally compels a person to believe the conclusion. But since proof is itself a value term, it falls into the realm of opinion. And so there is no objective fact of the matter about what counts as an appropriate proof. So you might try to restrict the liberal rejection of objectivism to the moral domain, retaining this notion of fact that we can argue for, but you can't. It infects everything because it infects the very distinction that we were trying to make between things one can know about and things one can't. Okay. So what I think has happened is that the liberal mainstream rejected the white, male, straight, affluent Christian Western worldview as authoritative, but replaced it with the idea that there is nothing to argue about, no right or wrong convictions, no right or wrong way to reason. Everyone is entitled to their opinion because opinions can't really be right or wrong, rational or irrational. Of course, not all liberals reject objectivism. Many endorse it. But it's in the air, so to speak, structuring how we collectively argue and respond to political problems. And this is what I think is the important thing. So I'm less concerned with whether people are explicitly espousing a rejection of epistemic and moral objectivism, but whether it's structuring how we debate, how we reason, and what we do. Now, here's the crucial thing. Whether you're an objectivist or not makes a big difference to how motivated you are to defend what you think is right. Suppose, for example, that you, a white, educated, affluent liberal, as most people in this room are, think that current US incarceration practices are racist and unjust. But neither you nor anyone you care deeply about is at risk for being incarcerated. If you think that matters of value are not objectively true or knowable, you are not going to stick your neck out to change incarceration practices. Indeed, it's going to seem uncomfortable and inappropriate to do so. To see this, consider the following case. Just consider this. I love Ethiopian food, okay? It's one of my favorites. Suppose that I want all my friends to experience it and share the experience that I get from eating it. But I don't think that eating Ethiopian food is objectively better than eating other kinds of food. I don't think that the food is objectively better, or that you'll have a better life if you eat Ethiopian food. I just like it, okay? Now, suppose a group of my friends are going out to dinner, but I'm not, okay? Maybe I have to stay home and work on a talk. I might suggest that my friends go out for Ethiopian food. Maybe I have a favorite place around the corner, right? And tell them some of the reasons why I like Ethiopian food. But if I persist, okay, soon it starts to get uncomfortable and seem even irrational, right? If I keep telling my friends to go out for Ethiopian food, that they'll really like it, that it's really, really good, they'll tell me to back off, right? They want to go out for pizza, and that should be the end of the story. Now, the liberal mainstream worldview says that all value judgments are like my preference for Ethiopian food. Suppose that you believe that mass incarceration is wrong, but also that other opinions on the issue are equally valid. Okay. If you really believe that, you're not going to fight against mass incarceration or other practices that you think are morally wrong but don't personally affect you. It's going to seem weird, out of place, controlling even, to vehemently argue for your views and do what you can to change US policies. It gets even worse. So as Alex pointed out earlier, most US liberal intellectuals and politicians are highly privileged, white, male, straight, affluent Christian Westerners, right? We are for the most part not going to be personally affected by the repeal of the Affordable Care Act, or mass incarceration, or the overturn of Roe v. Wade. A legal, safe abortion will still be a plane ticket away for most of us. Okay. Most of us will weather the Trump presidency just fine. Some of us won't. And I bet you that on the issues that personally affect them, they don't say that those who disagree are entitled to their opinion. The difference in objectivism versus non-objectivism along political lines is part of the reason why Trump's post-truth politics has gotten so far. The bad epistemic and moral practices of the right, such as trust in authority of individual leaders over scientific consensus, distrust of mainstream media, various sexist, racist, and homophobic commitments, have been developing and coalescing for a long time. Trump has been able to effectively capitalize on these beliefs and practices. In spite of increasing radicalization on the right, liberals have honed a habit of compromise, of reluctance to make others feel uncomfortable or to exercise their powers when it would put them at personal risk. The irony here is that in trying to replace the white male, straight, affluent Christian worldview as authoritative by rejecting objectivism, liberals have actually further entrenched their interests as shaping the opportunities and choices of everyone else. Of course, I have oversimplified. I've oversimplified both the liberal and conservative mainstream views. Of course, some liberals fight tooth and nail for what they believe in, and of course, some conservatives are pure pragmatists. But when we're looking to make generalizations at the level of culture, systems, and policy, I think we can see how this difference in whether you accept or reject objectivism, dividing roughly along party lines, has contributed to our current political situation. Already, on my liberal Facebook feed, for example, so many people are quick to explain why Senate Democrats should confirm Neil Gorsuch. I think that no one but Merrick Garland should be confirmed for that seat. He was the president's pick when the vacancy was created, and it is a betrayal of the democratic process and sets a dangerous precedent of adhering to the law only when it suits one's political ends to confirm anyone else. I don't think we should let this one go without a fight. I think this is an example of the sort of place where we are compromising where we shouldn't be, and it is undermining our power over and over again. And I think the reason why we are compromising is because we think it's inappropriate for us to do so. Why is it inappropriate? Well, I think because we don't really believe that we have rationality and morality on our side. If we really believed that, then I think we would stick to our guns and go for it. So what if this attitude is idealistic? Okay. Only those who do not fear losing their rights and safety, who do not understand the gravity of these issues for so many Americans, that the gravity of these issues for so many Americans creates special duties and responsibilities, can urge compromise and pragmatism right now. So many of us do not have that luxury. On the objectivist liberal worldview that I am urging, and I'll close with this. Oh, let me say one more thing about Ken's talk. So I think what I'm urging here is, I love Ken's question, what would you do in 1933? But I think everything that I want to say today is, should be put into practice regardless of whether this is 1933, okay? I think that there isn't the kind of epistemic uncertainty about these issues that I'm trying to advocate for here. On the objectivist liberal worldview that I'm urging, integrity, in a very strong sense, must be central. It is not enough to have the right values on the first order. To say, yes, of course I agree that no one should die because they can't pay for medical bills. But then to work with GOP lawmakers on a repeal and replace program involving a transition period with key features of the ACA repealed and no new protections in place. Integrity is the virtue, not only of having the right values, but of making your actions align with them, even at personal cost. Moving forward, it will be crucial for liberals committed to the equality and dignity of all persons to act with integrity, to take on one another's issues as our issues, to fight for what is right unequivocally. If you have the, let me end by saying this. I think that we're already in the game of talking about effective resistance. If you have an objectivist liberal worldview, I think we all should be talking about effective resistance. And I think that effective resistance, that's of course in line with our core values, right? So that respects democratic process. Effective resistance to Trump's agenda, I think, must start with a deep commitment to the objective truth of core liberal ideals. Commitment to equality, autonomy, science as a guide to the facts rather than authority, basic safety and security as human rights. Only if we deeply believe in the correctness of our core values will we be willing to defend them at great personal cost. And there will be personal costs. Resisting Trump's agenda, I think, will not be pretty and it will not be easy. However, if we, the relatively privileged, do not commit now to defending what is true and good, many people will suffer. I think that we have a strong moral imperative to weed out anti-objectivist rhetoric from liberal politics. Let us be firm and clear on what we hold to be true and good so that we can protect and defend it. Thanks. Do you need this?
Yeah, I'll change microphones.
Oh, I see. Okay.
All right, thank you for that. One question I have for you is, so you pointed to the Bible, and you pointed to Trump as places where the right has found their objectivist views. Do you see any sort of doctrine or person on the left who might be leading the resistance? I ask because I reached out to a guy, an English professor at Westchester University, because I had this question about, on the right, there are certain people, Milton Friedman, Ayn Rand, and back in the day, Edmund Burke, who Republicans sort of look to as their Bible. And I asked him, what is the Democrats? What do the Democrats look to? And he said, nothing. So do you think someone needs to write this thing, or do you think this thing already exists, or this person already exists, is my question.
Great question. Thanks. So I think that it's part of the liberal worldview that such a person as such shouldn't exist. So I think that the way that authority plays a role in the conservative objectivist worldview is immoral and it's a bad epistemic practice and we shouldn't do it. I do think that what we need on the left are people who are willing to advocate vociferously and publicly for liberal values. So instead of taking themselves to be certain authority figures in the same way that you have on the right, taking themselves to be public defenders of science, of liberal values, and so on. Right.
Yeah. From the audience, why then are there so many passionate advocates for postmodernism?
So
it's a stumper.
It's a stumper, and I honestly think that that there's a mistake there, and I meant that when I started it. I think that we thought that in order to reject a certain position as authoritative, we had to reject the idea that there was an objective fact of the matter about what ways of reasoning are right or wrong, or what the moral facts are. So I think that was a mistake that we made with good intentions, but I think it needs to be corrected.
And I'm wondering, since the election, since he's been president, and since he's signed these executive orders, such as the Muslim ban, we saw a pretty spontaneous response at the airports with people just showing up. And for a lot of them, it didn't personally affect them. It didn't personally affect people that I saw. And they still put their free time aside and turned off Netflix and went down to protest at the airport. So do you see signs of this changing organically?
I do see signs of it changing organically, and part of what I want to do is I want to give voice to a change that I think is occurring. I think part of what makes Trump such an interesting figure is that he's so offensive to so many people that everyone can find something to be personally offended by, and that facilitates compassion towards other people and other issues. So I think we are seeing a groundswell of people who want to reaffirm a commitment to a kind of liberal objectivism. And what I was trying to do here was to give voice to that and to say, yes, that's the direction we should be going in.
Great. Thank you. We have one more speaker, and then we'll have a general discussion after that. Our final speaker is Jason Stanley, another prophet of doom, I believe. Jason Stanley is the Jacob Burowski Professor of Philosophy at Yale University and is the author of 4 books, most recently, How Propaganda Works. Is Jason here? All right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to be doing... How do I turn this on? Should just be on. Hello? Okay. I'm going to be doing a mishmash of some of the pieces that I've done. I'm going to start out with a piece I published in the New York Times, Beyond Lying, Trump's Authoritarian Rhetoric, on November 4th. Just because for those of us who are second generation like me, I'm the child of 2 Holocaust survivors, this is very familiar. We understand and came to know this, the kind of rhetoric that's being used. We're familiar with it. And what's been disturbing to me is how few Americans are familiar with it. My wife, who's been with me only a few years, 23 years, was reading Timothy Snyder's book, Black Earth, Holocaust History and Warning, and said to me, "Wow, Hitler is weird. Did you know this?" So my obligation is to explain. In Origins of Totalitarianism, Hannah Arendt writes, like the earlier mob leaders, the spokesmen for totalitarian movements possessed an unerring instinct for anything that ordinary party propaganda or public opinion did not care to touch. Everything hidden, everything passed over in silence, became of major significance, regardless of its own intrinsic importance. The mob really believed that truth was whatever respectable society had hypocritically passed over or covered with corruption. The modern masses do not believe in anything visible, in the reality of their own experience. What convinces masses are not facts, and not even invented facts, but only the consistency of the system of which they are presumably part. According to Arendt, the chief disability of authoritarian propaganda is that it, quote, cannot fulfill this longing of the masses for a completely consistent, comprehensible, and predictable world without seriously conflicting with common sense, unquote. So, authoritarian propaganda has always been, it's always, well, the goal of totalitarian propaganda is to sketch out a consistent system that is simple to grasp, one that both constructs and simultaneously provides an explanation for grievances against various outgroups. It is openly intended to distort reality, to express power over reality, as many speakers have said, partly as an expression of the leader's power. And I agree with Professor Marecki that it's an extension of something. It's an extension of the view that Christian values, say, rule over secular values. Ted Cruz says, I'm a Christian first, I'm an American second, I'm a Republican third. Mike Pence says, I'm a Christian first, I'm a conservative second, I'm a Republican third, American doesn't make the list. So there's a marriage of convenience. Trump is Viktor Orban to Pence's Law and Justice Party. So both of them, but I reject that as a description of conservatism. My conservatism is about liberty. I'm a conservative. Liberty, my wife has an HIV clinic for cardiology patients and stands to lose so many of her patients with the loss of the ACA, but we stand to lose liberty. And, when I spoke to the many reporters who were in the Penn in Trump's rallies, it reminded me of how precious that resource is. So I want to litigate other things later. I want to preserve liberty. So Donald Trump, what he's doing, he's not saying anything. He's not asserting. He's trying to define a simple reality as a means to express his power. The goal is to define a reality that justifies his value system, thereby changing the value systems of his audience. And David Livingstone Smith described this aptly. And any description that you see of totalitarian states, Cuba, Soviet Union, and Nazi Germany, any such description, that's there. You foment fear, and then you produce yourself as the only solution. And when Hitler said there are no subways in Moscow, he was telling you of his intention to smash Moscow. When Trump says there are 5 million illegal voters, he's telling you about his deportation plans. Trump regularly speaks of the movement. The movement, and this is very familiar from the totalitarian literature, the movement are people who repeat the falsehoods, thereby implicating themselves in it. And of course, Professor Finkelstein was absolutely right that there are these clear antecedents with Cheney and Rumsfeld. So that's why they had Colin Powell produce that false evidence to make him complicit. So it's very important to familiarize oneself with the 1930s, because either they're trolling us or they're serious. But they are at least trolling us. So brief thing about causes that I won't mention. That I won't discuss long. How can Obama voters vote for Trump? People say, oh, well, these people voted for Obama. They're not racists. Then they voted for Trump. I strongly repudiate this. Our press unapologetically speaks of the white working class as if this phrase has no history. Du Bois's Black Reconstruction has 2 chapters in it, one called The White Worker and the other called A Poor White. That's about Reconstruction. And that's about how the wealthy, how the planter class and capital, they were most worried about a union between the poor whites and the poor blacks. So in a labor movement. So they had these ideological methods like the Ku Klux Klan. And the Ku Klux Klan, as Du Bois makes clear, the rich white and the poor white could together be brothers. And that's a way to, so why did white voters, why did the white working class, the white working class means in American history, the poor whites ideologically who are caught between the labor movement, which unifies them with their class brethren, and the wealthy who are and capital, who's trying to make this artificial link across race. It should be shocking that phrase is allowed to pass. So history of slave patrols, all the literature now. So why did these people suddenly vote for Trump? Well, Senator McCain and Governor Romney just didn't go there. They didn't use rhetoric to ignite this ideology, in David Livingstone Smith's phrase. Is very, Senator McCain was himself the victim of a push poll in 2000 in South Carolina. Would it make you more or less willing to vote for McCain if you knew that he had an illegitimate black daughter? So he knows all about that ideology and has reputed it. So as Du Bois explains, the labor movement unifies poor blacks and whites. So that's the playbook. That's why Scott Walker smashed the labor movement in Wisconsin, and suddenly it shifts from a democratic state, and suddenly you find indulgences in our dark history. So Professor Finkelstein and Professor Camp are absolutely right about the antecedents of authoritarianism from Cheney and Rumsfeld. I recently participated in a conference on weaponized information at the Yale Law School with members of the military and the CIA, and they made it very clear that Cheney, it's not the first time that we've dealt with authoritarianism. But I'm going to argue that it has become very explicit in a way that suggests that we are no longer in a liberal democracy. And I don't like the phrase post-truth at all, because it suggests that there was a truth era. There's never been a truth era. Liberal democracy is a tenuous thing. It's something that we have to hold on to and fight for, and it's always a shock when you find yourself in a liberal democracy. everyone here is friends who grew up in authoritarian societies because 90% of the world lives in authoritarian societies. And, everyone here has been told by their friends, grow the hell up, Americans. This is how the rest of the world lives. At no point, at no epoch in human history has there been a truth society. Stephen Darwall, the great ethicist, points out that in authoritarian societies, you resolve arguments by duels. In liberal democratic societies, you use reason. So power is the norm of authoritarian societies. A community is a liberal democracy if it adheres to liberal democratic norms. A community that follows liberal democratic norms is one that is disposed to punish politicians who explicitly violate them. In a liberal democratic societies, politicians do lie, and people point out that they lie. But when you point out, but in a liberal democratic society, when you say that woman is lying, you are talking about the opposition. Until this election, I had never seen the discussions that I saw in my grandmother wrote the first Holocaust memoir in the English language, The Unforgotten, in 1957. She stayed in Germany until July 27th, 1939 with my father. And her book is so important. It's not in print, but Victor Klemperer's I Shall Bear Witness, everyone read it, because it walks you through the 1930s. So I never heard people say, oh yeah, he's lying, but he's just kidding. He's not serious. Don't take him literally. My grandmother talks about high society parties in Berlin where Gestapo agents were like, oh, come on, he doesn't mean you. He's doing it just to be popular. Suddenly we find people saying of their own politician, but authoritarians always mean it. The lesson of history. They are serious and they are literal. So two sections, I'm going to start out with Jews and liberal democracy. It is an existential threat to our nation that people do not understand anti-Semitism. It's how Stephen Bannon got into the White House. I'm beginning this section with a quote from Stephen Bannon's November 18th Hollywood Reporter interview. It will be as exciting as the 1930s, greater than the Reagan Revolution, conservatives plus populists in an economic nationalist movement. As Tim Snyder makes clear in Black Earth, Holocaust as History and Warning, there's two kinds of European anti-Semitism. Traditional European anti-Semitism based on the figure of Judas betraying Christ, and Hitler's anti-Semitism, which is very different. Americans have been convinced, seem to believe that anti-Semitism is opposition to the state of Israel. This must be the worst definition of anti-Semitism in history. It means Hitler wasn't an anti-Semite. This is how Steve Bannon got into the White House. So what is anti-Semitism? What is Hitler's anti-Semitism? What was Hitler on about? What is what Snyder calls Hitler's world? So here are long quotes. So the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. Fake document meant to supposedly written by Jews who are who invented liberal democracy to take over from Christians. So the idea is so here's quoting from political freedom is an idea but not a fact. This idea one must know how to apply whenever it appears necessary with this bait of an idea to attract the masses of the people to one's party for the purpose of crushing another who is in authority. This task is rendered easier if the opponent has himself been infected with the idea of freedom, so-called liberalism, and for the sake of an idea is willing to yield some of his power. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion argues that liberal democracy is a Jewish plot. It's a Jewish plot to undermine the authority of Christianity. For back in the ancient times, we were the first to cry among the masses of the people the words liberty, equality, fraternity. Words many times repeated since those days by stupid poll parrots who from all sides flew down upon these baits and with them carried away the well-being of the world. True freedom of the individual. The would-be wise men of the Goyim, the intellectuals, could not make anything out of the uttered words in their abstractness, did not note the contradiction of their meaning and interrelation, did not see that in nature there is no equality. Cannot be freedom. that nature itself, herself, has established inequality of minds, of characters and capacities, just as immutably as she has established subordination to her laws. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion and Hitler, what they believe is that Jews came up with the idea of freedom and equality. I mean, that would be cool, but and that it's a fiction to try to convince others to yield their power. Sartre, an anti-Semite and Jew, as you probably know, says anti-Semitism does not require Jews. What does Sartre mean? I mean, for those of you who know Otto Weininger's Geschlecht und Charakter, Weininger was a gay Jew who said that a genius has to be a male, straight Christian. So the idea... So when Sartre says anti-Semitism does not require Jews, what he means is anti-Semitism is a rhetorical frame directed against the shadowy, stateless, global elite that are using freedom and equality as masks to make a space for themselves and thereby weaken, in the public square, move the Christmas tree over. Others can play the role of Jews. In Poland today, the Law and Justice Party explicitly uses the rhetorical frame of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion and aims it against non-existent communists. There are no communists in Poland. But, Lech Walesa was recently said to be, a communist. It's aimed against them. So you don't need Jews. And in fact, Israel, the right wing in Israel, has been using explicit Nazi propaganda for years against the left. Now, what does this have to do with the current moment? Who are the Jews here? Let's take Frank Gaffney, who appeared on Stephen Bannon's radio show 34 times. Frank Gaffney says Muslims, essentially like termites, hollow out the structure of the civil society and other institutions. So the idea is they sneak in and then they, under the banner of liberty, of we have to let them do their thing because of freedom and equality. And then, in 1939, in the pages of that most American of journals, Reader's Digest, America's first representative, the aviator Charles Lindbergh, wrote, "It is time to turn from our quarrels and to build our white ramparts again. This alliance with foreign races means nothing but death to us. It is our turn to guard our heritage from Mongol and Persian and Moor, Muslim, before we become engulfed in a limitless foreign sea. Our civilization depends on a united strength among ourselves, on strength too great for foreign armies to challenge, on a Western wall of race and arms which can hold back either a Genghis Khan, China, or the infiltration of far inferior blood, on an English fleet, a German air force, a French army, an American nation standing together as guardians of our common heritage, sharing strength, dividing influence." Stephen Bannon is explicitly, can't be more explicit. And I could go on and on about the what they say about Islam, our American citizens of Islamic faith. So it's very clear that Hitler was opposed to a stateless global elite, not a group that self-identifies as an individual people with a distinct identity, as many Israelis do. The structure of anti-Semitism can be deployed against Muslims, against gays, against the liberal elite. So again, reading from the Protocols, in any state in which there is a bad organization of authority, an impersonality of laws and of the rulers who have lost their personality amid the flood of rights ever multiplying out of liberalism, I find a new right, to attack by the right of the strong and to scatter to the winds all existing forces of order and regulation, to reconstruct all institutions and to become the sovereign lord of those who have left us to the rights of their power by laying them down voluntarily in their liberalism. So the group that is the focus of the anti-Semitic rhetorical frame seeks to use liberalism to, take power, impose, say, Sharia law. Now, Breitbart, so people said Bannon, so there's always been a tension between American Jews and right-wing Israeli Jews. It's in the interests of certain elements of Israel not my friends, the Labour Party, but it's in certain, and not in the declaration, the original declaration, which there's a strong secular identity in Israel. But the right-wing Israeli elements, they want every country to have a religion. They'd be fine with America being a Christian country. Then you really need a Jewish country. Andrew Breitbart was Jewish. Here's his Intercept article on Breitbart. Said his basic ideology was that the left is the enemy, but Jews on the left are worse because they are traitors. So Breitbart is now opening offices in Germany and France to support Alternative für Deutschland and the National Front. When a year or two ago, I was brought to Vienna by the University of Vienna to speak about the FPO, Freiheitliche Partei Österreich, which is like basically just the Nazi party. And they said every time we accuse them of Nazism, they say some Israeli minister comes in and says, no, they're our best friend. So let me conclude quickly. I'm going to need like 6 more minutes. So this is, so let me, how many more minutes? What? Okay, thanks. Okay, so in his 1852 speech, "What to the Slave is the 4th of July?" So I'm going to end by providing evidence of the empirical evidence of the authoritarian nature of our regime. So in his 1852 speech, "What to the Slave is the 4th of July?" the great American patriot Frederick Douglass reminded his listeners of the central value of America's founding fathers. They loved their country better than their own private interests. And though this is not the highest form of human excellence, all will concede that it is of rare virtue, and that when it is exhibited, it ought to command respect. Your fathers staked their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor on the cause of their country. In their admiration of liberty, they lost sight of all other interests. Douglass appeals to these values in asking his audience to repudiate the institution of slavery, decrying the clear inconsistency between it and the shared commitment to values that define our nation. Standing with God and the crushed and bleeding slave on this occasion, I will, in the name of humanity which is outraged, in the name of liberty which is fettered, in the name of the Constitution and the Bible which are disregarded and trampled upon, dare to call into question and to denounce, with all the emphasis I can command, everything that serves to perpetuate slavery. The progress we as a nation have made has come together in fits and starts. But when such progress has been made, it is due to the unique character of the country. Unlike the vast majority of countries that came before us, being American does not mean attachment to a particular ethnicity, religion, or place of birth. Above all, being American means to be dedicated to the service of liberty and justice. To be sure, politicians have regularly appealed cynically to these ideals, but few, if any, have chosen the route of ignoring them completely. To do so would not only imperil the country, it would rob us of the tools that each generation requires to bend the arc of history to justice, towards justice, in King's famous phrase. Because each time when you need, just as the protocol says, when you need to push, you say, these are our common values. So people have noted, and I'm not going to go, including the Mark Lieberman at UPenn, Striff and Language Log, the odd character of Trump's inaugural speech. My colleague David Beaver and I the linguist David Beaver, went beyond just looking at his inaugural speech, and we looked at every single speech Trump has given since 2015. 62 speeches, a database of 75,000 words. And we compared them with all 57 inaugural speeches before Trump's. And we've been moving on in this project to compare, using the Miller Center's archive of presidential speeches, to compare them to as many presidential speeches as possible. The results are striking. You want to show the first plot? The following plot shows some of the many ways in which President Trump's inaugural address differs from his predecessors. Dots higher up on the chart represent words particularly common in President Trump's address. Dots lower down representing words occurring with low frequency or not at all. So justice, freedom, laws, peace don't occur in Trump's speech, and they occur with high frequency in other presidential addresses. In our analysis, we studied only content words that either Trump or prior presidents use frequently. Forget the single analysis of his speeches. The more interesting thing to see what is in his heart is look at all the 75,000 word database. In previous inaugural speeches, freedom, liberty, and rights are common content words. Public tops the list of democratic vocabulary our presidents have used to introduce their administration. In prior inaugural addresses, these 4 words collectively occur once out of every 72 words. In stark contrast, in his 2017 inaugural address, the president used the language of freedom, freedoms, liberty, once. So did Hitler. He used it once in his inaugural address. Nor is this an exception for him. It is rather the norm for him in a political speech. We analyzed 62 transcripts of President Trump's speeches, and democratic vocabulary occurs at around 1% of the rate that it occurs in previous inaugural speeches. Second slide, please. In President Trump's speeches, none of freedom, liberty, or rights occurs among the top 1,000 most commonly used. Public makes it into President Trump's top 1,000 words as his joint 938th most commonly used content word. Further, and unlike any prior president, his uses of public have to do with media and publicity. You might recall, for example, something that's how she's getting away, folks, nobody understands, designed to keep her corrupt dealings out of the public record. One might think that Trump's 5 uses of right in the inaugural address shows he cares deeply about our rights. However, he only uses right as an adverb, for example. That all changes starting right here and right now. The word justice is a commonly meaning equality, is a commonly occurring word in presidential inaugural speech, typically employed as a valued democratic ideal. In his first inaugural, President George W. Bush promised, quote, to work to build a single nation of justice and opportunity, and to, quote, speak for greater justice and compassion, unquote. In his second, he declared that in the long run, there is no justice without freedom, and there can be no human rights without human liberty. President Obama, in his second inaugural, said that peace in our time requires the constant advance of those principles that our common creed describes: tolerance and opportunity, human dignity and justice. Justice is not in President Trump's most commonly used 1,000 words. When President Trump has used it in speeches, in all 75,000 words we studied, it is either descriptive, as in Chief Justice, his only use of the word in his inaugural address, or punitive, as in we need to make sure every single person involved in this plan, including anyone who knew something but didn't tell us, is brought to justice, unquote. The stark difference in the use of democratic vocabulary between President Trump and prior presidents can be seen in the following chart, generated using counts from prior inaugural addresses, our collection of Trump campaign speeches and his inaugural address. The central norms of liberal democratic societies are liberty, justice, truth, public goods, and tolerance. The above discussion of President Trump's non-use of democratic vocabulary is suggestive. People speak of post-truth, but post-liberty may be no less appropriate. In contrast to stereotypically democratic language with its norms of liberty, the primary norm of authoritarianism is power. Authoritarians typically use the language of crisis and disintegration to sow fear. For this reason, and to stoke a desire for revenge, authoritarians frequently refer to enemies, both real and imagined. The goal of such rhetoric is to overwhelm the audience's rational faculties with fear and anger, presenting the leader as the sole solution. President Trump's speeches are notable for their clear authoritarian tones. Among the most common words he uses are China, Mexico, and Iran, in contexts where it is clear that they are perceived as enemies, borders, military, hell, tough, disaster, horrible, worst, and strong, with ISIS and immigration not too far behind. These alone account for more than 1 in 70 of Trump's words. Liberty is the 27th most common content word used in previous inaugural addresses. Trump appears to play a similar rhetorical role for the president. In the 62 speeches by President Trump we analyzed, it was the 10th most common content word. Donald was 53rd. Some say the threat is exaggerated, that President Trump evades democratic rhetoric in favor of authoritarian rhetoric in order to win elections, not because he is speaking from the heart. But careful linguistic analysis of his speeches suggests this is false. The reports indicate that advisors Stephen Bannon and Stephen Miller authored the inaugural speech. Kiely Jordan and James Pennebaker argue that it nevertheless mirrors his off-the-cuff comments in rallies, stump speeches, and debates. But even if the president's rhetoric was, and as we've showed, it does. But even if the president's rhetoric was merely rhetoric, it should still deeply alarm us. A joint public commitment to liberty, justice, rights, and public goods has been the central tool Americans have employed in the service of moral progress. Abandoning even the facade of such a commitment robs future generations of the necessary tools to realize the great American project. Thank you.
I'm going to ask you a couple questions, and I can take some up here. If the other speakers want to take a seat at the panel while I do that too, just so we can move seamlessly. Did Hitler refer to himself in the third person?
I haven't looked, but it's an interesting question.
Yeah, that was just based on what you just last said. Here, you can take this too.
Thank you.
And I guess the lingering anti-Semitism and anti-immigrant sentiment has been there for a while.
But it's important that I don't think Jews, Quay Jews, are in danger. Muslims, Quay Jews, are in danger.
No, certainly, yeah. But I mean, you pointed to some anti-Semitic rhetoric, and he famously omitted Jews from the Holocaust statement.
Oh, yeah, and that's a clear sop to the to Eastern Europe, because Eastern Europe regularly the form of anti-Semitism in Eastern Europe is to accuse Jews of taking the victimization of Poles, Ukrainians, of non-Jewish Russians. And it is true that 20 plus million Russians died in World War II. So, and many Poles who were non-Jewish died. But to remove Jews from the focus, I mean, Jews were at the very center of Hitler's ideology, and it's very intentional. It's like the Catholic Church in Auschwitz. I mean, the Catholic Church that exists in Auschwitz, where they say, no, the Holocaust was about us too, and Jews are trying to rob us Christians of their victimhood.
And do you see, I guess maybe Steve Bannon is potentially behind this, but I
respect his intelligence and learning and knowledge of the 20th century.
I was going to ask, yeah. He seems well-read.
Well-read. He's well-read.
But so, I mean, is he, in your mind, behind the use of terms like America First and global elite?
Yes.
Yeah. And do you think, just on that term, this is maybe a side issue, but do you think the term globalization, that has actually been one that mainstream politicians, Democratic politicians, have been using in terms of like the new economic era that we live in, do you think this backfired?
Well, yeah, it connects to some very dark themes of the 20th century. Now, I'm not promoting neoliberalism. I mean, we're trapped in this terrifying thing where it's like either pre-Enlightenment or an empty market forces global liberalism. And what we must do is we must return to Kant, we must return to Spinoza, we must return to Enlightenment liberal values that are divorced from market conceptions of liberalism.
Right. Okay, well, thank you. Gonna grab these questions. Let's see, there was one for everybody, seemingly. So whoever has the most gumption to take it first. Let's see, where did I put this? Okay. No one today has this is not necessarily true, but no one today has addressed the effect of entertainment and social media on the growth of irrationality among the electorate. Will somebody want to address, especially social media, I would say. I mean, you made reference to trolling earlier, and that played a big part. I get trolled, I'm a member of the media, so I think that played a part, the significance of which can be debated, but at least in terms of spreading propaganda. So I guess you talked about propaganda, so field that question.
One thing about trolling, I was the person who asked the harassment question, because I think it's incredibly important. Most people I know, I lost all my social media accounts except for Instagram, where I only post pictures of my cute kids, because I was harassed intensely, and I had no idea of what it causes. It causes you can't sleep, you can't. Now that guy from factcheck.org was kind of tough, but what he's
down there.
Oh, he's back. He was fleeing, Eugene. But when he said, it's like the mafia, you should listen.
Can I say one other thing? So just say, I guess one other thing about, so I think, there's something everybody's commented on, which is a shift to, if we get our news or just interact with the larger world through self-chosen channels, then that are going to be self-reinforcing, and there's going to be less sort of interaction and less creation of a common polis and a common discourse. And that is a deep, deep, profound loss, and we have to figure out some way to construct a common discourse that people participate in. I have no idea how to do that, but that is really important. The other thing that I wanted to mention that that's not particularly novel to me. The other thing I want to mention, which is also not that novel, but I talked about sort of the uses of satire or snarkiness or whatever as a way of, as a tool for political understanding and response. But I said that that cuts both ways, right? Because it can give you a kind of satisfaction that you're like, we're over here feeling smug and knowing that this is wrong, but that is not itself a substitute for actual engaged political action. So I think there is, and especially I think that Trump does, and Team Trump does intentionally throw shiny objects that can be entertainingly buffoonish and whatever as objects of attention. And so I think that all of us have an obligation, as Eugene said, to focus on the deep facts that are about structures and institutions and actions that are profound and important, that are we need to talk about and judge together, rather than, I too get really excited about the crazy things, but not focus on those and focus instead on so that's where the entertainment value is being used against rational, serious inquiry and discourse, and that's both can be satisfying, but it also is a deep threat.
Can I add something?
Yeah,
just
go for
really
it.
quickly?
Yeah.
I live in Silicon Valley. I this program that I direct, Symbolic Systems, has many really successful entrepreneurs as alums, people like Reid Hoffman, who founded LinkedIn and all that. I'm constantly talking to people about social media and all that. Technology is cool. I love technology, but it's just a tool. Social media is just another technology. Technology doesn't, on its own, change the world. People deploying technology change the world, or for better or for worse. This technology can be used for great things. That Women's March on Washington, it was just some lady in Hawaii, right, who posted that, and then they took off, and it's an amazing. A television camera is an amazing technology, because somebody can take that and they can travel anywhere in the world, and they can show you anything that's happening in the world.
Just a phone, the fact that people
exactly.
can videos
Yes.
all over the place.
Yes, but we don't. I mean, the corporate news media doesn't really spend the money to take their cameras all over the world to the refugee camps here, to that. They just don't do that. Why not? Well, there's facts about us, right? First thing we have to do is address us. The technology is secondary, because once we address us, we will deploy we will use the technology to serve us in ways that we think, but we haven't addressed us enough.
Great. I have a question from myself. I thought of the Coen Brothers movie Barton Fink when Trump got elected, because I think at the center of that was like the working man's longing for authoritarianism, and I'm wondering if the white working man, thank you. And I'm wondering if any of you want to address that. I mean, do you think that there was a longing for someone to just tell us what to do?
Yes. And I don't think it's just the working man. I think it's everybody. Look, I said this in passing in my talk, and I was deadly serious. Democracy is exhausting, inefficient. It's not some straight line curve to the best solution, right? If you were going to take a walk through solution space, and you were trying to find optimal solutions, and you would say, I'm going to give all the power to some central authority. Did you ever see the movie Lifeboat, the Hitchcock movie, in which the German sergeant looked like he was right? That was made near the beginning of the war. It looked like the Europe and the liberal democracies were inefficient. They were going to lose out and blah, blah. And the strong man was going to win out, right? And if you think, and how does democracy walk through solution space? Chaotically, right? It's exhausting. There's a lot of downsides. There's a lot of wrong turns. And of course. And then if you're on the losing side of these struggles, If you see your wealth slipping away, of course you hunger for somebody who will come along and be the strong man, sweep away the detritus of democracy. And there's another thing about human beings. I love enlightenment and all that sort of stuff, but the enlightenment ideal of rationality is not a psychologically real. There's no psychological capacity in the human being that exactly matches that thing. The human mind is a mess. It's definitely subject to magical thinking. And the strong man who says, I'm going to sweep it all away, and it's not going to be so hard, and you're going to win, of course that's appealing.
Yeah, and it's especially appealing when the strong man is skilled in cultivating the sense of helplessness and helping those who do feel then helpless or feel more helpless than they would have otherwise, craft illusions to soothe that sense of helplessness. It's the opium of the people.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to comment on here that I didn't have a chance to talk about is the interpersonal effect between in the relationship that we have with this man. So I joked recently to a friend that I thought I was suffering a PESD, post-election stress disorder, and I decided to Google it, and lo and behold, I found a whole army of therapists that now say they specialize in PESD. Right, so I think this is, to some extent, a signal to us, the impact. It's not just that, okay, here is a whole political agenda, a whole social agenda that is disturbing on a substantive level, but there's a relationship here with this person which has been very triggering for a lot of people. And I think that triggering has an attractant. Right, there's the attraction of it, the ability to seduce, and then there's the kind of the ability to abuse from a distance that so many people, he evokes very powerful emotions. And to tie in with the previous question, when you magnify those social interactions and that kind of emotional resonance of this relationship with social media, that's where you get this kind of enormous resonance. I think it's really important sometimes to go offline and take care of yourself.
I just want to say, Black Americans didn't fall for that shit. I mean, just we always say, oh, the workers, but this is American history, and Black Americans, we had the largest racial wealth gap, post-war racial wealth gap ever, and yet Black Americans did not fall for it. So it's not like economic pain. No, the people who most suffered from the financial bailout did not give up on democracy.
I have one question here about if we did, actually figure out or diagnose Trump as a, borderline personality disorder or a narcissist, and if that would be grounds to remove him from office. Now, clearly that doesn't exist in any sort of law, to my knowledge. Go for it.
25th Amendment, right? If I don't know who has the capacity to declare him incapacitated to hold office. Somebody does, though, and it's under the 25th Amendment. Okay. Is that what it is?
Yeah. Which is argument for Steve Bannon. Yeah. Putting it on Time Magazine.
Right. I mean, it's a kind of weak-kneed amendment because he can declare himself recapacitated, but
he'll get Dr. Oz on the case.
I mean, riffing off the question, really, it's very important to understand that Trump's narcissism is not a glitch; it's a feature.
Right.
You need a demigod to deliver the salvation that Trump promises us. Were he modest and self-effacing, it just wouldn't work at all.
So I was going to say, you have to understand, though, the narcissism is part of the seduction. I mean, it doesn't work without that. And the narcissism and potential, borderline. I'm obviously not a psychologist or a mental health professional, but have spent a lot of time in the trauma literature because of our work with PTSD. And there's a phenomenon known as moral injury, which really often happens because of very seductive and very narcissistic personalities who ask you to violate your basic values. And it's also a very addicting kind of relationship. So I think one has to see this in very psychological terms.
Can I add one thing?
Yeah, please.
So Jason brought this up. I think other people brought this up. The sort of demand to lie. So Jason, you did somebody else? Did Ken? Yeah, that's what he was. Yeah. So the making you complicit both in action and also in lying or in the production of falsehood. I think it seems to me now that is a tool that is being deployed. I mean, I didn't think that until the last month or something, but as a perpetuation of now you've gone along this far, and so you're one of mine.
So, but ask yourself something. I mean, I really don't know the answer to this. I mean, suppose that we do, I want to use the phrase mentally ill, but I know that's a problematic notion. The DSM is not a purely scientific document. It serves many kind of social functions and all that stuff, right? It's a very complicated thing. But there are these trying to be born sciences of the mind, and they're kind of having difficulty having a common view about it. So there's a lot. But suppose that he is suffers from narcissistic personality disorder of a severe kind. Suppose that's true. What do we do about it? Our system has no way of dealing with this. None, really. Our media, for example, is not. It's the office of the president. They are conditioned to say these are the utterances of the president, and they have to be reported, and they're news. Okay, and the Republican Party feels its fate tied to the president, and the Democrats are going to feel constrained to say that because then his supporters are going to be enraged. What do we do?
I wish there was some record of an aborted autocracy, so we could look and see and say, what did they do?
Yeah,
there isn't.
It does strike me that maybe, I don't know the numbers, but a large portion of our elected officials have these kinds of disorders, and it doesn't make them unattractive to voters. I think it makes them very powerful and engaging, and they take credit for things that they had no responsibility for, and they lack epistemic humility and all other kinds of humility, and that makes them successful as candidates and terrible as policymakers.
But that's true, and one of the reasons that we can survive that, and this is part of the brilliance of those founding fathers that I think are less brilliant than we think. This system is full of veto points and checks and balances and ways of all each of the. It's not like a parliamentary system, right? The House is independently elected, the Senate is independently elected. All this stuff. That's true. But I believe that we may be in a situation in which the sort of normal operations of the checks and balances will not constrain this person because this person will not be constrained, right? He will not be. He doesn't. I don't believe he really wants to be the president. That is to say, as that office is constitutionally characterized, he wants to be something else.
Yeah, he aspires for something much higher than being the president. No, you're absolutely right about the prevalence of narcissistic traits, which can be quite advantageous in all sorts of spheres, politics, business, many other spheres. Speaking as a recovered psychotherapist, I was a psychotherapist before I switched to philosophy. I advise some caution with respect to the pronouncements of psychotherapists.
Just to connect this discussion back up to the media question, I think it's important that, especially during the election process, I think we saw this sort of commitment to fairness as a matter of giving both sides equal weight in terms of what their opinions were instead of how based in fact or reason those opinions were. And interestingly, after the inauguration, there was a shift in that in some of the media sources. And I think that's important and wonderful, and especially given the discussion of Trump's character that we've just had, I think it's especially important that the media recommit to a more objective standard of evaluating opinions on two sides of an issue. It's not just a matter of one or giving both sides equal airtime.
I have a question here from Lindsay. In a room full of like-minded persons who are likely already actively leading the resistance, how important is it to engage the other side? Necessary or lost cause? And if necessary, how?
I'm going to Alabama to speak in African American Studies. They have 3 public lectures next week in the Department of African American Studies. So I'm only giving speeches, giving talks. I'm canceling all my talks except red states. I think the way to go forward is emphasize liberty, emphasize our commonalities, emphasize liberty is something that we all care about. David Frum, the founder of the phrase axis of evil, is one of the main never Trumpers. You know, we just have to destroy the left-right distinction. This isn't about left and right.
Yeah, just to add, I think it's crucial also that we continue to engage, but I think engagement is very different from compromise. And so I think continuing to engage with other people, trying to convince them of rational argument, I think that's very deep in the kind of liberal objectivism that I think we should be endorsing. But that's very different from meeting people halfway.
So actually, I was going to give a shout out to. I think it's absolutely essential to speak to a wide range of the. We have it not just because of Trump, but because of us. We have to be a polis. We have to be a group that is more than just a faction. We have to constitute that. We have to prove that to ourselves that it still exists, and we have to do that by finding a way to talk together, and that's not easy. And I mean, Alex has suggested if we can't figure out a way to do that in writing and other writing, then I mean, we're not a United States, and we got to figure out a way to do that. But I think it's important here. I mean, in a way, somebody says, in a way, Trump makes it a very easy target because, I mean, he violates Christian values. He violates the Koch brothers' values. He violates fundamental principles of liberty. And, so, I mean, whatever, there's a lot of range for heated and partisan disagreement which doesn't even begin to touch what is at stake now. So those battles, we'll keep on fighting those. And I think it's important to make it just by keeping up the pressure. It's important to make the people who are currently making alliances with that axis of power and feeling uncomfortable about it because they know that some of their values are being violated. Make them feel the violation of those values, right? That this is not Christian behavior, right? This is not conducive to economic development. This is not, whatever those values are, they're being violated.
I have just a few concrete things. So there's a very nice book by Dan Mutz, who I think is a professor here, called Hearing the Other Side. It looks empirically at sort of how and when successful engagement happens across political lines. One of the interesting findings is that a lot of the best ways for this to happen is through relatively low stakes interactions. So, my father, I'm Cuban American. Sorry for everything that happened in Florida. If you were here for the very first talk, we can take a lot of the blame. I feel personally responsible for not doing more to, talk to people and identify the ways in which Trump is very much like Castro. All that aside, the overwhelming finding of this book is that the best kinds of interactions are not to try to convince your family members, not to try to convince the people that you're very closest to in some sense, but who it might be really hard, really high stakes, and very hard to get them to see your way of seeing things. Much better, relatively low stakes interactions. So the examples of like your dentist or your barber or maybe a coworker who you see and talk to, but it's not like your boss or somebody you interact with all the time. But a lot of like across the aisle kinds of conversations can happen there, and they're very useful. There's a lot of work that's being done now by various organizations trying to sort of debrief Trump voters, but in a non-confrontational way. So I think one of the biggest limitations is trying to get inside the other worldview. And so obviously, as I said in my talk, a lot of the empirical findings are that we're not good at this, we're not inclined to do it, we think in teams. I'm sure anyone watching this on live stream who is not anti-Trump will not have been convinced by anything that's been said to feel like Trump is really an evil problem. They will instead think that, the liberal academy has taken over and we've got to, so that's all familiar. But I think we need to think about the fact that there are probably a lot of people who are in various ways very similar to us in terms of our basic values and trying to connect and figure out ways of talking to them. So I encourage people also to consume media from the other side, subscribe to Facebook feeds. They'll be almost impossible to sort of see. I have all my Miami family. Maybe you're watching. Remain Facebook friends with them. They post all the Trump memes. And it's fascinating. I think it would be eye-opening if people are not already doing that, just to give you a sense of how everything that's been done over the last 3 weeks has horrified some part of the country, and some other part of the country basically says, yes, this is what we've been waiting for. And I feel like that divide, unless we can overcome it, we have to, we're going to have to dissolve the union.
So I just have two brief points on this to finish out maybe the question. First of all, I reject the question because I don't think there is an other side. There's not the other side. There's many other sides. And I think we're far too used to, liberals are far too used to demonizing others who disagree with them. So this is a critical point. On this, I really have to say that I think liberals got their comeuppance to some extent because we are so used to a certain kind of self-righteousness and complacency in our views on a whole range of topics. The demonization that I hear, even from my kids and their cohort about Republicans always surprises me. And I say to them, look, you guys have to engage with everybody on all fronts. Even the people who won't talk to you, who are completely illiberal. The idea, of course, is not that we all have to agree on every point, but we have to agree on a set of core values, and the more minimal those values, the better. So do not turn your back on people who disagree with you, even on things that you hold very, very dear, because there are ultimately very few points on which we need to agree to avoid what we're maybe running into now.
I agree with a lot of what's been said, but because I'm in a dark and pessimistic mood these days, so the next public talk I'm giving is called something like "Creating Million Spaces," in which you do this thing that Mill says. You have this free market of ideas, and people talk, and they have shared standards of truth and all that, and that's really important, and that's missing, and that's crucial to a democracy. Freedom of speech, let all ideas. I believe all that, but here's something else I believe about America, and I worry that America is really, part of me believes, is just a place. It's not really a nation. Right, Israel is a nation. It's a really fraught nation. You go to Israel and you talk to people from all stripes. The project of Israel, even though they're divided about many things, the project of Israel is intensely tied to their sense of who they are in the world. And they regard that as a joint project, even when they're shouting at each other like crazy, right? America's not like that. America is a place where I got mine, you got yours, this is my sphere. We do lord it all over each other. I mean, have you ever listened to Fox News talk about liberals or Rachel Maddow and they talk about the conservatives? We do lord it over each other. And I'm not at all convinced. I'm not that in fact, rather than in ideal and in theory, there is a set of shared commitments, right? And I think we are being put to the test right now, whether there are enough shared commitments around which to build a shared project. I don't know what the answer to that is. I don't think we can be comfortable that it is. I don't think I'm pessimistic that there may not be. Look back over the whole history of America, and it's mostly just a place, right, over which people contend. And there are these moments when it feels more like a shared project, but that's when we're threatened by the Nazis or something like that. Or, I mean, look, within 100 years of its founding, the thing came tumbling down, right? And it started out with the idea that they weren't going to be a shared nation. They were going to be a bunch of states. And they built this they built the Articles of Confederation, and then the states. And until the Civil War, until after the Civil War, Americans identified with their states, right? And those states were really diverse. So the forging of an America, and then every time newcomers came, gosh, get the hell out of here. This anti-immigrant thing, This is not a new thing. This is not like a unique moment in American history. The Chinese Exclusion Act, the Irish, we talk about the Italian mafia. The first mafia was the Irish mafia because they couldn't find a place in this, right? So it's not at all clear to me that America is a nation in the way that some other nations are nations, or that Americans have a shared project. And I think this is one of these high-stress moments where the answer is going to be yes, we are, or no, we're not. And I don't think I know the answer.
I think I'm even more pessimistic than Ken, which has got to be some kind of an achievement. By all means, do whatever creative sort of conversing you can, and maybe it will influence some people. That would be great. Maybe you'll hit on some way of changing some minds, or at least getting some minds to question things. But I really think that for the people who are devoted to the Trumpian project, they're going to have to hurt really bad to give up on it. Trump it's not the opium of the people, it's the heroin of the people. It's got to really hurt because it promises so much. That illusion really, really has to crumble. And by the way, I think we righteous opponents of Trump and Trumpism are also by and large in a state of denial. We object, but I think relatively few people are open to acknowledging just how bad this is and how bad it's going to get. There's been this sort of tendency of denial from the beginning. He's a clown, he's a joke, he'll never get a following. With every outrageous thing he said, that'll be the end of him. Whereas, of course, it only enhanced his popularity. He'll never get the Republican nomination. Oh, he got it, but Clinton will certainly win. And so it goes on, and then the shock occurred, he won, and then the tendency was, it was just talk really, or the Republican establishment won't let him do those things, or our time-honored democratic institutions will constrain him. And I really think we have to give up on this shit. And if we don't, they do, but we do too. So let's start with us. That's something we can do.
Yeah, just a
last
quick
comment before we wrap up.
Okay, yeah, just a quick addition to that. I mean, and I'm guilty as charged too. None of us today, I think, talked about net neutrality. But if we talk about engagement and discourse and phones and so on in the role that they've been, sort of grassroots resistance has been playing, net neutrality is crucial to that. And so that's, I think, the first thing that we need to fight for tooth and nail in order for resistance to be possible in the future. And it's so bad, I think we don't realize how bad it is because it hasn't really become clear to us that we might actually lose certain core freedoms of expression that we've taken for granted.
And get to a too late moment, like
Yeah.
Ken was talking.
Exactly.
All right, well, thanks to everyone. Michael has a few words to say.
Just a couple of quick thank yous. I want to thank Maura Kirk, who's our department's administrator, who is the one that really planned this whole event. So thank you, Maura. And I also want to really thank John for coming out. He is not a philosopher, and so this was I asked him to do this because I wanted the public to be represented, and I think he just did a wonderful job taking your questions, integrating them, pushing the panel, and I hope that this is the first of many chances to work together. And then finally, thank you very much to our 9 wonderful panelists. There's an overwhelming stack of questions which we will circulate to all of you, where all of this will be recorded and archived, and there'll be much food for thought in the future. We hope this is the first event of many, and we hope to see you back the next time. So thank you again for all of you for coming.